Good morning, traders. It is Steve Tyman here with Trade the Pool. It is bright and early. It's a Friday. It's looking like it's going to be a beautiful day out there, and I can't wait to spend it with you guys trading some stocks. How we doing, guys? I see you in the chat. Joe, Mike Ryda in the house. There he is. Billy Runner. What's up, guys? How we doing? Nigel and Tyler. And day trading with Tony. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Hey, good morning, Steve. Good morning. I'm still waking up. I'll be the first to admit it. Got a little bit of coffee in my cup, though, so day's going to be all right. So, SPY, pre-market here, we're seeing a little bit of a pop and drop. A little bit sketchy, wondering if this is a bear flag. If this hourly oscillator curls over, we might get a decent flush in the morning. First thing I'm going to be looking for there. Next up. Got a squirmy cat. Look at that face. She's mad. She was sleeping right across my chest, spread out with her legs like completely covering me. She did not like it when I had to move this morning. But alas, we have things to do. Let's get into some analysis here. Like I said, the hourly starting to cross over on this oscillator. Looking just a little bit concerning. If we do kind of bear flag and type of look like this, we can see just looking a little bit weak. I am going to be watching the prior leaders because I'm wondering if they might be ready for a little bit of a roll as well. Micron in particular tried to pop pre-market, still barely holding VWAP. We'll see how it reacts to this high volume node here at 973 to 975. A reclaim, and it might be on the table for going for another push into and potentially through that 1,000 level. That being said, if it fails at that 985 again, thinking it might be a short. Pardon me. Let's see. I'm going to do the dead cat bounce live. I don't know. We will see. We shall see. I just worry about this kind of structure here. Let's see how the Qs are holding up in relation. We'll have to get Alejandra's opinion too, her being the short queen and all, when she gets online here. I'm curious if she's ready to pull the trigger on a short. We'll be watching VWAP as well, and I want to get into some more numbers here. Give me one sec. Still heavy in pre-market. And yeah, this is the hourly trigger here, this kind of stair-stepping green line. This is what I'd really like to see. This pre-market high as well as this this hourly trigger kind of act as a dual area zone of interest. If we can get above this, I think that we have the potential to really rip today. But, you know, it's just worrisome, I gotta say. These daily candles looking heavy. I also am trying to keep in mind the kind of potential that comes from a fake breakdown, like the kind of liquidity that you can grab if we do wick down here to 686 and change, a little bit lower. We're at 691 pre-market. So basically a sweep of this previous low, this bottom of the purple box, that could provide enough juice to really get us going in the other direction if we do find a buyer. We got the gap underneath. We got a little bit of empty air underneath this big high volume node. So if we tag in here and find a nice bounce, could get a mean reversion trade, kind of a 3 to 5 day swing trade to come back, fill this gap back to 700. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Ricky, it's currently at 102. What are you talking about? Intel. Okay. All right. I was worried you were talking about the temperature there or something. I was like, where are you that it's already 102? Yeah, Intel 102 pre-market. Definitely a lot of a washout happening in off the earnings there. You can see our little arrows there where we were giving our power to Jesse and his short. So I guess it played out pretty well after all there, coming all the way back down to the pre-market level. Just bringing up chips as a whole. Heavy through VWAP. And yeah, Micron keeping on to the downside here. I'm wondering if I should have entered the short pre-market. Definitely seems like it's going to be heavy out of the gate. We got 20 minutes until the market's open. What are you guys watching? We're going to check out the pre-market scanners here in just a sec. Just want to know if Micron breaks lower. Okay, looking at some of these scanners. Let's see what we got cooking today. First off, the biggest mover is MSS. MSS here. Wow. Okay. All the way to 540 pre-market. Now coming back down just a little bit right now. Finally testing in with its 9 moving average. We can see if it finds a buyer there and tries to hold this flag. Let's get to a higher time frame and find some high time frame support for y'all, or resistance, I should say. So over $5, there's definitely a seller. Looking like the target, if we get through there, is up in the 7s, potentially up in the 9s. I'd love to see this 950 to 1050 if it can flip that 534, 7. 534 and 715. So interesting strength here. That being said, okay, all right, it's made its decision. Looks like starting to definitely crack down below every resting support there. Watch if this thing loses 261, and then we can potentially see further downside there. That that's a move, all right. We start looking at it, looking for a potential bounce and a 21% move in one candle. So this is a kind of crow specialty, huh? You can just catch a little bit of this move if you're fast enough. Man, whew, that'll wake you up, right? 2 candles later, down 26% or up 26%. We'll see if we can hold the line here. And I think it's time to check in with some of our gamma levels. Bear with me one moment. More coffee. That's what's on my mind. Let's see, Nigel mentioning SanDisk down, SK Hynix down. Yeah, definitely some shakiness overnight in the Kospi space, it looks like. We can pull that up as well. Yeah, wow, under 6,700 and potentially showing more weakness. It tried to do the peekaboo over this downtrend line. We can see this hourly chart of Kospi trying its best to reach over this resistance and still struggling, still failing. So potentially opening the door to much more downside if it cannot find its footing here today into that weekly support at 6,700. One to watch here. Yeah, like we said, the memory complex to the downside if it fails. Right now, going to be watching Micron as it does its best to reclaim this VWAP. We'll see if it can. All right, we got Pops Mafia in the house. Billy Runner's watching Meta, Google, Palantir, Intel. Let's take a look real quick. All my gamma exposure loads in the back here. There we go. So Meta, first off, I liked it a lot on the higher time frame, and I just want to check in with how it's doing in relation to that VWAP. What am I saying? VWAP, 200-day. Yeah, so it did lose the 200-day. I really would want to see a reclaim to feel better about this. Otherwise, it could be a fake breakout. This is one that I was looking to add to the port and just not acting quite how I would have liked it to. I was thinking about getting in on this bottom wick into the 200-day. I missed it, so kind of glad now because it seems like it washed out. Needs this needs to find support under the 600 handle again, into the 600 handle again. So still not sure if Meta's quite ready, but when it finally is, it'll have some nice room to the upside. Loving this volume shelf it is building out, but it still has got to get through that 680 handle for it to really get going. Palantir has given me grief. I gotta say, it has not been easy. Up a little bit pre-market. We'll see if it is holding the line and starts to curl up on out here. It's been a tough trade, these software as a service names. We thought we were gonna get a much more bullish path than we did, as you can see. Time to redraw this one. This one's just wrong. So starting to look a little bit lurchy here, a little bit sketchy. And yeah, I'm just not sure if we're gonna hold here. About 15 minutes into the bell. Let's get back down to the lower time frames. And bear with me while I pull up some more data for y'all. Let's see, seeing a few other pre-market movers here as well. Ricky's talking Penguin, Pops wants GEV. We can talk all those and more. So GE Vernova, they had earnings. I actually didn't get a chance to keep up too much into detail with what they with what was said. But let's look at the chart, because I think that we've got a nice strong buyer here still at the 1K level. Really interesting, just kind of flat top level, watching as it trades back, around this, kind of oscillates from support to resistance, building out this shelf here, as you can see, at the 995 to 1000 level. What I think it wants to do is get back up on over this 1077 level. So it's got a gap to fill to the upside. Assuming it can, I think it's back off and, just basically in the stair-stepping mentality. You can see it over here, kind of gets a little bit ahead of itself a couple times, but still just wants to kind of carve its way onwards and upwards. I think off of the 9-week moving average. Yeah, 9-week moving average, very nice on the way up. And so far the 9 and the 21 still in play here in the last couple weeks. We'll be watching and seeing if that trend sticks. I think it's good. I'm still in it. I have not added yet. That's where I'm unsure. Maybe I should have been the buyer there at the 1K on the first tap. It was a little bit hard for me to do that right after the earnings, closing at the low like that. But hey, if you believed, definitely worked out for you so far. I think talk was adding. Ricky wants to know about Penguin. We can check in with them too. There's my phone alarm going off. Penguin's tough. The washout into under the 50-day, just a little bit sketchy. Oops. Sorry about that. I got to see it back up over 65 and really this high volume node at 60 to 62, let's call it. Kind of a band there. You can see that was the low of the range. It could be doing a failed breakdown of this range. If so, then this is what we should be watching for, kind of a reclaim. I like this zone a little bit more. Reclaim of this little high volume node, and we could be off to the races again. It's just going to be a little bit tough for this name to prove itself to me, given that it had this big old false start. I mean, this was a really gnarly fake breakout. I mean, if you caught the move, hopefully you monetize some of this up here. We were talking about it being probably a trim, but I mean, everybody thought that this thing was going to break out and keep on going when it has to wash out this much. I believe 40% from the highs. Yeah, 45%. It's tough, right? It's going to take a little bit of resetting, and probably we get a nice high or low to play into here. We push down once, we come up, we push down again. Watch the 55 handle is where I'd be looking. If not, maybe a little bit of room down to 50, and we can start getting interested there. Good company fundamentally, a little bit tough right now. Let's see, we got talk in the house. Intel might tank after the bell. Let's take a look at that. That would bring down the other chips as well, potentially get us a short on MU. Definitely looking heavy into the bell, that's for sure. Let's see. Yeah, some guys in my server also agreeing that Intel looking very heavy into the bell here. Definitely don't disagree. So first target, if we are looking to short Intel, that 100 level, that 99 level, looking pretty appealing out of the gate. Oops. SPY pre-market kind of hugging this uptrend line, hugging the VWAP here. Oscillators on the 5-minute trying to curl out. Not particularly encouraging yet. 15-minute expanding down. 30-minute expanding down from the top too, got room. Hourly just starting to potentially curl over, so we might get a nice short here. I'll be waiting for the 15 minutes to kind of set up, give us some more of an inclination on which way we're going to break. Gamma wise, we can see a little bit of a pop here as this 5-minute tries to resolve. I would imagine the 1 expanding upwards. Yep, nice. So this kind of frames the trade where if we are looking for these 15 minutes, these 30 minutes, these hourly minute kind of trend, then that kind of gives us a little bit of time for this 1-minute and 5-minute bullishness to kind of play out, get it out of their system, and then we can look for a curl on these short terms as the short-term trend essentially will come up in the first 15 minutes, start to curl, and give us a nice little potential entry when we see the weakness on the short time frames starting to translate into the longer time frames, where on the 5-minute, for example, this may look like. And then like a lower high, maybe into this middle point here. We'll be looking for some weakness like that as the 1 minute rolls, because those are the only two time frames where we're a little bit bullish. After that, we see that 15-minute wanting to basically keep on trucking down south. Let me show you that. So maybe it pops just a little bit like that when we open, and the 5 minute oscillator tries to give it a run for its money. The bulls do. So that makes this green line kind of go flat a little, but then it should run into this downward trending. For me, it's a black line. For anybody else, it'll be red line. Basically, the slower of the two oscillator moving averages there. So that's what we'll be kind of looking for as these progress. And if it all does align, then we get a nice kind of pop to short as this flip trend starts. The other way that this could go is we could find a buyer here, recatch at VWAP, and then actually bid up, kind of flipping these trends. But the what we'll see there first is a strong reclaim of this VWAP. The VWAP would probably be neckline, and I'm not ready to really consider that as the top trade that I'm going to be watching for here. We got RK Knight in the building. Good morning, good morning. Talks in the house telling Mike to use his burner account. Oh no, don't get him started. Now I'm a little worried. Talk sold puts on Palantir, Meta, SpaceX, and Tesla to fund calls in gold. You are up to some shenanigans this morning, Talk. Well, I guess yesterday, but very interesting here. So you're saying the pain in IGV probably coming to an end, or at least getting closer, and seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for gold is even more interesting. We can talk about that in just a second. 10 minutes till the bell. Still want to keep an eye on MU there as it plays around with its VWAP as well. Let's take a look at some of these. Mike's watching the small cap world for us. VIVK, an interesting one here, popping pre-market. Definitely rocking and rolling here off the 2.4 handle where it broke out pretty cleanly. Yeah, this is a big mover pre-market. Watch and see if it can keep holding these moving averages as we pull back on into the 9, into the 21 here. So you got a little band of support, 330 to 336. We'll see if that can hold the line here as Micron showing a little life pre-market. Interesting action there. I want to get into these gamma levels, so give me one sec. Hey, Jesse in the house. And he knew to go short Intel. You had a feeling. You were right, Jesse. Love to see it play out. Yeah, absolutely correct there. It's trying to get a little bounce pre-market here, trying to get some kind of curl in action. We'll see if they can actually get any traction, or if this is just a pop, maybe to VWAP, maybe not even there, before pushing further down. You can see Micron failing just a little bit into the bell, 10 minutes into the bell, I should say. We'll be keeping an eye there. Let's check out where chips are at around the horn. AMD, a little bit relative strength here. This is one that I did buy the dip on. Still up nicely from our entry at about 536, 535 if I recall. Yeah, right around 534, 535. So yeah, liking that. Micron starting to show that weakness over the VWAP. I hope I didn't just miss my short entry there. Let's see. Yo, Snowman, where's that girl when you need her? I need some extra hands on deck here watching everything. Catching up on comments here. Good stuff in the chat. Ricky wants to talk IREN. That'll be interesting for sure. We can get that on into that after that opening salvo, the opening bell. And definitely want to keep an eye on indices for that. Let me see what else I want to show y'all. Hold on one sec, guys. Sorry for the dead air, getting some stuff going for you on the other screen here. Want to give you all some intraday levels for SPY, SPX, and QQQ. So the first thing that I am seeing, I'll show you guys, the 7450 node just screaming at me here on SPX. Let's show you that on the actual chart, how far up that'll be. I'll be watching in the first 15 minutes to see if that 7450 gamma kind of chills out, rolls off, or not. Because if it does, we can maybe look for that kind of migration to the downside. Otherwise, though, the price is, or that kind of magnet is telling me that we could try to kind of heal, jump up into the gap, and test that kind of 50% mark. Let me show you what I'm seeing there. That dead cat bounce would be a nice pop to that 7440, 7450 area on SPX. Definitely a potential place where we could look for that kind of smaller dead cat bounce that we talked about on the 1 and 5 minute oscillators, the pop up that you could look to fade if we are starting to feel a little bit bearish. Let's take another peek at the gamma. So 7450, big node there. We'll be watching this one, see how much sticks into the open and that 15-minute opening range. Another couple big pulls up to the north on SPY there at 745. Got about 57.4 million in premium up there. Also looking for, yeah, about 695, I believe, on QQQ. I want to double check that level. Yeah, 695 makes sense. That was the level we marked pre-market. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of the name of the game here as we get 5 minutes into the bell here. Let's see. Ricky's saying we saw a similar trend with IBM, MU, Penguin, TEL. After it shoots up, it always comes down. Yeah, a lot of these, they need, they're kind of priced to perfection, I would say. So, you know, earnings can be good and they can still get smacked, absolutely punished. So Ricky says, hop in Intel to jump back to 110. To short it back. I love it. Yeah, those ranges are really nice. Absolutely great range. Less than 5 minutes, Snowman says. I like it. Q's still looking heavy off the VWAP there. The 1 minute kind of ran up. Let's look at that on the SPY. Ran up, already starting to curl. 5 minute couldn't even get any real traction, but still has that potential to kind of curl up, catch, and push up in the short term before these 15 minutes, hourlies, half hourly kind of momentum catches up with it. Let's see if that's the case. Right. Bear with me here, guys. Going into the rest of the week as well. Wanted to show you the nodes to the upside and downside. 7,400 is kind of the floor across the whole week. So that is the next level of interest. It could be very well be a magnet. If we get down there and then continue to see more pressure to the downside, we could see a potential waterfall to 7,300. Oh my goodness gracious. Jumping the gun there on the bell. Micron looks like it is washing out without us. Man, oh man, I wanted to be short this thing and looks like it's making the move without us. Give me 1 second. It's like watching paint dry and all of a sudden paint drops $10 in 1 minute. Intel at 100. Let's see if we get that rip out of the gate. Right into the bell like that, just washing out that hard. Usually a sign of weakness. I mean, let's see if the Bulls or the Bears kind of tire themselves out in the first 15 minutes. Just SPY seeming like it wants to fade that littlest pop that it was trying to run. It was trying to reclaim the VWAP. Not the best look. We shall see. I'm going to be waiting for the 15-minute range to form to do anything, since it seems like I missed the momentum short on the chips there. Decent little move there. Said, slow down there, cowboy. I feel slow already. I feel like I got molasses brain. It is still a little bit early. Good time to enter Intel, says Ricky. Let's take a look. Let's see. Hop on some pivots as well. Get our day started here. 1 minute till the bell, guys. All right, we'll see those lines move in just a second when the bell opens. Intel still looking weak. Chips looking weak. Wow, Micron still dropping down south. Heavy at the 959 handle now. We'll see if that's enough pain out of the gate. If it needs to wash out further, this thing could be starting to crack here as we see it losing its pre-market low. Big flush there. Now testing. There it goes. I know that I missed that one. Womp womp. All right, let's see how these oscillators start to progress. Man, that was my trade all the way down to 950. Now I'd be expecting, or at least considering, a potential bounce there. Dang, there she goes. Ricky cashing out. I respect it. I respect that. I'm assuming you caught the short as well. There's the bell. All right, now we're up. All right, SPY trying to get a little bit of a bounce right out of the gate here. We're going to watch and see. It's really nothing until we reclaim that pre-market VWAP there. 739.50. 739.50, our first level of interest there on SPY. SPX opening at the 7410 handle. Let's see how it interacts with that potential 7420, the first kind of node of interest to the upside. That would align right around that level that we have for SPY as well. Meanwhile, Q is relatively weak. Chips relatively weak there as well, particularly that memory making new lows. Impressive. Intel currently sitting at 99 and counting. Let's see if it continues to go down or if that is the low of the day. They're trying to put some bottom wicks in. Interesting action there. Kind of filling the gap all the way back. So we'll see if that is enough pain in the memory space. SPY, just the slightest bit of relative strength to Qs, like we mentioned, still quite weak. I wanted to watch Micron both on the way up and down. Still not ready to take a long, but just worth watching here. Pop saying his system is locked, or he's locked into his system. Cannot buy in the first 10 minutes. I think that's a good idea. Just waiting, then watching for things to settle out, shake out. It's really the moment of the market where they trick you. Some really good traders that I know, they take their stops off on their swings. Nice little attempt to push up so far on SPY. We'll watch this 1 minute oscillator, see if it can hold a little bit of a trend. Remember, the 15, the hourly, the half an hour is still potentially heavy unless we get some short-term momentum. So we watch these short-term ones and see how, like, basically it's like, all right, it's like a football game. This is the offense here. They just got the ball. We can see how much they can run it down the field, and then we can reassess how that looks on the higher time frames. All the changes have to start at the lows here. Nice little push on SPY Reno. We'll see if it can flip this pre-market swing high, this pre-market VWAP, and that's where I'll start really caring. Ricky says he's buying Intel at 99. Any thoughts on the best time to enter? Like I said, I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm going to wait for that first 15-minute range to play out, make me feel just a little bit better. Otherwise, I would be looking a little bit deeper, but I think you got the right idea, this 99 handle. I got 98.87 to 98.19, so basically just a buck below. We barely tagged into my cam pivot zone of interest, kind of that supply zone, the green that you see on the bottom of the screen there. So you'd like to see that hold. You'd like to see it curl on up and outwards here. You'd really like to definitely see it hold 97.50 at worst case there. That's what I'd be looking at for Intel. For MU, by the way, those same kind of ranges. We are definitely heavier on the day through that bear pivot. To get interested in any potential longs, it would need to reclaim at 964 at the very least. I do think it achieved its downside liquidity, at least for now, so it does have the potential to bounce, at least a little bit. Okay, SPY tested our level there at 39.50. Let's see if it has the room to punch on through. So let's see. Oh, okay. I turned my head for 1 second. MU with a big candle green there. Let's see if that 950 was where I should have flipped long. I was just more interested in waiting for the potential pop and rejection. Didn't really get the alignment there that I would have liked with SPY and the names that I'd like to lead the way down kind of aligning. Maybe I should be looking to short this pop. I'm more inclined to see if this is a real fake breakdown and get a higher low in there for us to play off of. I'd like to see more confluence on my gamma, on my indices here, making me feel better about guiding the way up. Jesse says 964 for MU. Well, so 966, not too bad. I think Ricky might have caught the bottom there on Intel as well. He's buying at 99. See, I like it. It's right in the wheelhouse. I just when I'm not 100% on something, I need it to really kind of, give me a really good look right at the levels that I'd like, not this tickling it with these bottom wicks. So great job, Ricky. Good catch there. Missed the short, missed the long. Good morning, Steve. Welcome to the market. We'll get some more setups here in just about 10 minutes, hopefully, as those 15-minute orb ranges continue to set themselves up, present themselves. SPY testing on through that 39.50 level again, still bonking its head, but looking pretty strong so far. Give me 1 sec. Big top wick, big up into down on MU. We'll see if this is the higher low. A bit spooky on the velocity right after such a big green candle. Not really what you want to see, is it? Yeah, no problem, Ricky. Let's see how this opening range plays out now with this extra weakness on the tape. A little bit spooky. Lit's a bit spooky. See how it plays out. We should be keeping an eye on oil, down a little bit this morning, but is it enough? Is it going to catch? Definitely ran up into the pre-market here, into the bell, I should say. Testing the VWAP, we'll keep an eye on that. Handle the 137.87 level on USO. MU still having a hard time here. Man, that was the short to pop. I can't. I'm gonna miss everything today, I think. Which is good that it's Friday. Good that it's Friday. My whole goal is not to overtrade, so otherwise I'd be wanting to chase this in both directions, I think. Pretty wild pop and drop here on MU. What is that, a 2%? Yeah, 1.5% candle. Now trying to wash out even further. Day trade with Tony, managed to squeeze 200 long out of VIVK. Oh yeah, I think Mike was trading that. And another short, 400 short at the open. All right, I love to see that. Let's talk VIVK here as we keep an eye on these chips leading the way down. VIVK cracking even further here. Love to see it under that $3 handle there that it was holding into the pre-market. Next spot up there, I think 250 on the table. 250 maybe on the table here if this VWAP holds. So careful if it reclaims the 300 to 310. Otherwise, I'm liking it for some continuation to the downside. And give me 1 sec. SPY coming back full force here. Actually did maintain, yeah, it did get the tick higher there. So we'll see if that starts a trend of new higher highs, higher lows. And what we want to see there, essentially, well, this, let's see, 38.88 hold. If it does come back down to it, you'd like to really see that 39.50 start to be accepted, price start to be accepted above that. We'll see if that sticks. Starting to look through my watch list here as well. See where the money is rotating to and from. So our sector heat map, almost everything in the green. Only thing red is actually technology. Interesting to see that. Real estate leading the pack up almost 2%. That's wild. Still more heaviness in MU here. Yeah, I missed the moves. Got a nibble. Yeah. But the thing is, I don't. It's Friday. I don't want to trade. I'm not gonna. I'll talk about it, but I don't gotta trade it. Nobody does. That's a nice thing, you know. If you see the setup, take the setup. If you're a little hesitant like me, hey, that's okay. That's okay. I'm hanging out. I think a lot of people kind of force things. And sometimes if you've been doing it a while, sometimes you wake up and you say, I don't really want to trade. Not really feeling it. The fish will still be in the river tomorrow. I think that's a better inclination to have than say, I missed my trade. Now I'm going to force something. You know, that's what I don't want. Seen a lot of red on small caps, a lot of red on high beta stuff, a lot of red on some of my long-term holdings. We'll see how this plays out. Interesting to note a little bit of relative strength in Cloudflare and Net. Fastly, so software as a service seeming like it wants to be a little bit stronger today. Makes sense with that weakness in tech. Oh, SPY cannot hold on to any of these green candles. Can't hold on to VWAP. Just looking like pretty rough stuff is the 1 minute, trying to flip again. Let's check in with the 5. See if it still couldn't get off the mat. That's just interesting. Makes me think that I want to wait for that 15-minute range for a little bit of a pop, but it's not seeing that pop actually play out as of now, at least. Potential higher low trying to form on this opening range, but still not showing very much heart. Start drawing out the opening range here. Billy says short intel. Let's take a peek. And there it goes lower. So this is going to be the pivot here for me. Let's turn on these pivots. Yep, there's that pivot there. If we go to SMH, probably testing its pivot to the downside as well. Definitely weakness in chips in this morning session. Yeah, they just cracked their pivot, so not the best sign. We can go around to some of the leaders in the space, probably see the same thing across the board. MU definitely led the way down, though. It's just smashing through its pivot. Pre-market, back testing in the morning, and now going down onto its first bearish target, now extending, looks like, into its second bearish target. This is looking ugly. NVIDIA heavy. There's still room to the downside on NVIDIA if this thing wants to roll. MU definitely wants more. That's another what, $10 there on Micron. Man, I'm annoyed. I wanted to be a part of this one here. Easy move down so far. If you caught it on either the pre-market break or that pop up there. Now feeling like I don't even know how far can it go? It can go further for sure. Definitely that 900 level is a level of interest, but I think I just missed it. Whack. All right, what else we got? 15-minute could play the break of this range as well. Where's Alejandra? I guess she's not in today. All right. I wanted Short Queen to give me some backup before I short this tape. I wanted a little bit more of a pop, just not getting exactly what I'm looking for here to get me in the market. Let's see. What do you have for a target? You got 95 and 90 on Intel. Let's take a look. Yep, 95 looks good. That's the cam pivot target in terms of maybe like a 50% pullback as well is something we could look at. It looks like we already lost that from the top wick yesterday. Yeah, I think 95 is a good level. That's what I'd watch as well. Snowman, you're gonna jump on. You're gonna help. I need a coffee delivery is what I need. See how Q is looking compared to SPY here. Yeah, Q is much weaker. Just really ugly. Still really ugly. Continuing that slide to the downside. Still hasn't grabbed that liquidity, so I think that's probably what it wants to do. Reach on down to the 686 handle, something around there. 685-ish. So we want to watch and see where that gamma is sitting now that we've gotten, now that we're almost 15 minutes into the day. We'll see if it's still sitting up there and if maybe we try to get a little bit of a mean reversion action, potentially catch, potentially put in a bottom wick on the day. Oops. I'll let you know when this loads. We'll check in with some small cap plays in just a sec too. Interesting to see how strong real estate is today. And yeah, software as a service in particular, definitely trying its best. It's getting a chance with semiconductors down significantly. So interesting action there off the back of the Kospi crack. That thing has been trying to hold above the 7,000 level. Failed pretty hard last night. Seeing a bit of bounce on chips. We'll see though. Definitely not holding my breath quite yet. Going to need to be quite a pop to get a failed breakdown type look on the table, but that's what we'll be watching, that gamma above 4 to see if it can kind of stay on the tape, be that magnet. I'll have to reload my site though. There's a pretty decent stick on SPY here, so trying to get a read on the size of that 7450 node on SPX. I'll get that for you in just a moment. Let's watch where this candle closes in 10 seconds. Decent velocity there. Trying to hold the line to the downside. We shall see if bulls have heart. Hey, Lance in the house. Won't long anything without a higher low. My man, that's what I'm talking about. Oil is really being traded today. In your opinion, no fundamentals, says Talk. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Seems like it's been playing surprisingly nicely with levels this whole way up, just I don't know. I don't want to say on rails, but interesting action there. SPY posted that strong 1 minute candle, decent 1 minute candle, testing that 9-minute reclaim. You can see the VWAP testing there as well. We'll see if this can hold, start to push on up. I want to check in with the oscillators here as well. Yeah, still no read on the 5, dead flat. 15-minute trying to curl just a little, but still does have room down. Kind of ambiguous there as well. Getting not a super strong read. Hourly is still heavy. Sorry, half hour there is still heavy. Hourly still tempting whether it wants to make its real expansion down or not. So kind of at a pivot forming here. And it makes sense that this is where bulls will be trying to hold the line. I like this action so far and just want to see my gamma, which would reload. There we go. Finally reloaded. MU potential higher low here. Definitely relative weakness. So understandable if you're not looking to play this mean reversion trade. But that is one thing potentially on the table. Sorry, bear with me. Coming into that 7420 level again, a few points away. Going to watch and see how we react with that one there. That is the highest node for now, looks like. Would like to see that migrate up north a little bit more. Oh, never mind. I'm so sorry. I just got to zoom out, guys. I just got to zoom out. 7465 has been growing for today, this morning. We'll see if that can hold. We do like to see that. And into Monday, expectations just a little bit a little bit higher up there at 7,500. So that's the potential track, potential bullish expected move. We'll see if we can hold over this opening range. Now we're starting to test a 15-minute opening range break to the upside. Let's see. Show me the money. Gonna need tech to play along. We're gonna need tech to catch a bid. Otherwise, it's gonna be tough for SPY to maintain. Pops Mafia calling out Apple. Let's take a look. Wow, very strong, very strong. Going to a daily chart real quick. Let's see how that one's holding up. Should be just about near those highs. Yep. Awesome. Love to see it holding this 9-day moving average after breaking the range and expanding upwards. So hopefully trades tight for a few more days, then pushes onwards and upwards. Let's check that MU daily candle while we're here. Ooh, wants to hold the line, wants to hold the ribbon. We shall see. Especially going to be watching that 947 and below. As support, as you can see in the purple zone here. Respecting for now. We'll see if that's going to stick or not. SPY going for the push up, but can it hold? MU trying its best to get that higher low in. Still a lot of work to do there, but not the worst place to take a little bit of a look. You can define your risk at the very least under that 15-minute opening range low. Intel trying its best to hold that pivot as well. Not sure about these yet, to be completely honest. SPY with the break and the back test. We'll watch that one as well. And there's the 1 minute higher low on MU, like you're saying, Lance. Absolutely. Just a matter of whether you want to play the laggard and kind of bet on money coming back into the sector that fast. Could be a little bit of a tricky trade. Might be easier to just look for the leaders. And there's the head bonk on SPX. Still having trouble, guys. And did I miss another short? Look at that. Look at the volatility opening up here. Oh, my goodness gracious. Whew. Smoking there. Let's see how this progresses. Definitely seeming like a heavy day. And we do have the room to the downside that we mentioned. Wow. Keep you guys updated. Quite a candle. Oof. Give me 1 sec, guys. Watching some stuff on the back end here. I'll keep you posted. MU continuing to slide. SPY looking like it may be cracking here. Man, not giving me any entries. I can't. I guess I could play momentum out the downside here. Not really feeling it, to be honest. I should have chased, I think. I just hate these setups. So 30% of the time it fails the 15-minute range breakout, just goes the other direction. Usually doesn't happen in literally 1 minute. All right, what do I even do about that? Chalk it up to no trade Friday, I guess. Huh, all right. What are you guys looking at? Let me know if you guys see anything worth touching here. For me, this is just obnoxious. Already happened. Everything's already happened. Probably I'm just thinking on too short of a time frame, and I could let this trade, kind of play out now that it's finally kind of confirmed to the downside. Ugh, very annoying. Next levels of interest, pre-market lows there. 73763. 73763. We'll look for a larger gamma node building to the upside. Go broke Friday. Yeah, if you trade this stuff. Ugh, gross. I just need more coffee to trade these. Man, if I just wish I was on the East Coast. I had 3 extra hours, guys. That'd be so nice. Kick back, relax every morning, prepare. Nope. Roll out of bed. Better be ready. Market ain't waiting for you. So maybe they give you a back test here or something, but just, man. Yeah, didn't get the fat pitch, neither did you. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. I'm a little cranky today, so I'm keeping an eye on my psychology. Not feeling it. Hims, that was a good short this morning. I was considering it, didn't pull the trigger there either. So yeah, all my trades kind of passing me by. Nothing I'm really interested in buying a dip on here yet, at least. Man, just terrible. Very weak price action. I should be short. I should be short with Alejandra. Where is that girl? You said move out east, snowman. Where you at? It is currently 7 minutes to 7 for me here in the West Coast. It's not even. Actually, it does look like it's gonna be a nice day. Maybe I'll go be outside today. Not look at the charts after this stream. Seems like maybe a good idea if the market ain't gonna let me in. That's what it's feeling like. Hey, down days. Yeah, I'm an optimist at heart. I want things to go up. So when it's just not working. Not my favorite. Not my favorite. Washout continuing here. What can I do? Not even a single backtest candle. Huh. I guess you just take it on the big red candle and just assume that it'll follow through. But then it's like, okay, trading the middle of the range. I don't know. It's probably not as bad as it feels. Yeah, I needed a woman's touch. I needed her intuition here talk. I think her intuition was to to stay in bed. I think that might have been the right move. Yeah, Lumentum down 6%. That's not fun. Penguin down 6% and counting. Man, the expansion on these is gnarly. Should have been me. Yeah, a whole lot of red. Just going through some carnage on my watch list. DRAM down 7.5%. That's rough. Oof. Yeah, Kospi definitely having a hard time overnight. SPY trying to put maybe a small bottom wick in. We can see if it gives the back test. Not too much interesting me here. Figma up 4%. IGV over SMH ratio chart, that's up 3%. So yeah, definitely seeing money coming back into software. Good for our Palantir probably, but nothing's going to be that happy today when SPY's getting beat this hard. Yeah, even Palantir just getting getting beat on here. Rough stuff. I'm going to flip onto some hourly charts. Get our bearings. This was the flag we marked pre-market. Did I play it? Nope. Noid. Micron getting down into must hold levels, otherwise it can keep on flushing much further. Definitely an ugly candle for it today here. Still dropping? Yeah, still quite weak across the board. Let me check in with the gamma. Oh, man. Yeah, time to pull the trigger. Hopefully Micron keeps dropping. I know I keep making the same joke, but it's really not a joke. Please keep dropping. I really want to buy more RAM. Really want to upgrade my whole system, actually. Get a new motherboard, get some DDR5 or 6 RAM. I don't even know. What are we on? 6, 7, 8? Whatever the newest DDR RAM is. Feel like I want to upgrade next time we get a little bit of a breathing room in this cycle. Maybe we get a year or two of price coming down before another spike. So I need to upgrade my system. Starting to get a little lag. But let's see what we can do here in terms of checking back in with our developing gamma points. A little bit scary seeing that 7350 node growing there. 7300 still decently sized as well. Wouldn't expect us to get there today, but don't like seeing it there. See, too late to short MU now. Agreed. Jesse says DRAM's failed us. I know. Yeah, the long-term holds, they're not doing great today. I missed the short. It is not my favorite, but hey, is what it is. SPY trying its best to dig its heels in, say enough is enough. It's calling it. We'll see. We'll see. Not convinced yet. We still do have room to the downside. Really, all we're doing is a mean reversion test back into this 9-minute moving average. We'll see if it's going to hold. We'll see if it's going to keep on rejecting and forcing lower. Steve Canyon saying, if you're looking to short, keep track for intraday reversal on Google. So Google may be showing a little bit of heart today, and maybe we can... Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. There's the pivot. I don't hate that. I mean, wow, is it still going to go lower? Impressive. All right, all right. What am I seeing? Speculative names getting beat on. Anything that isn't software, having a hard time. So HIMS, I think this one has a lot of room to the downside, just as a swing trade as well. I'll be looking for pops over the next week or so to get involved there. Probably should have just shorted right out of the gate there. Let's see what else is going on around the horn. So guys, good time to mention, by the way, we are still running our deal. You can get an extra, 20% buying power whenever you buy an account for, I believe we're extending it through the weekend here, definitely through Friday. So if you were on the fence, you can get 20% extra buying power on one of those 50K buying accounts. We're pumping that up to 60K buying power, or 100 to 120K. Nice little 20% boost there. So definitely... Definitely a great time to pull the trigger if you're on the fence. QQQ, they're fighting at their bear pivot, trying their best to hold the line. No good structure there yet for a bounce, but just worth noting that they're trying. Sometimes that's all you can ask for on a day like today if you're a bull. SPY a little bit stronger, still quite weak. This one has some more room as well, down to, I'd say, 735, 734. Definitely within the realm of possibility. Maybe you could take the back test of the morning range break. That's possible coming up here. You could also say, hey, I'm more inclined to say that we're close to the bottom, intraday at least. Look for this failed breakdown, but it would have to really show some heart. Like I said, let me see what my system is saying. So yeah, ideally for my system, we would have gotten a bit more of a pop to really short on SPX this morning. Didn't really get up to my level. Yeah, so yeah, my system's basically saying, good time to wait because you missed it, which happens some days. Intel still quite weak, sitting at 96.50. SPY trying its best. We're going to watch and see if it can hold that 7,400 level that we essentially back tested this morning. If that does fail, pretty possible to see the 73.50, which would be a significant fall from here. So that's where we can look. SPY shows the back test that we're doing a little bit clearer here. Oh, the Micron short, it just is not giving any entry. I know it's too much of a chase now, but just crazy to see how weak that was, and I wish I'd pulled the trigger there. Big candle on SPY up, nothing up on Micron. So SPY, now is the time to short if you are an unbeliever, and yeah, looks like it's going to be the day of me watching entries happen and not feeling up to pulling the trigger. There's the top wick, there's the entry. Yep. Oh, what else we got? Micron making new lows. What's new? Okay. Going through the list. Going through the list. Feels like everything left the station here for me today, intraday. So we'll be keeping an eye. Maybe we get some afternoon mean reversion setups. So far, nothing for me to sink my teeth into here. Perplexed asking, am I a systemic trader? I am. I applied discretion to a basket that I get to with systems trading. So, for example, I was looking short on Micron this morning. It's up to me to actually enter the trades. I'm not like Michael where everything's automated. I have a few systems that I'm backtesting that in the process of backtesting that are automated, but I still like pulling the trigger. I still have trust issues, which leads to some days like today where I just kind of freeze. I don't pull the trigger. I was looking for the rejection of VWAP pre-market, and when I didn't get in perfectly, I just kind of said, oh, I missed it. I said I missed it like here, I think, in 970. Looking back, I think I'm just not in the zone today because there was plenty of room on the tape. I knew that it was, primed for that expansion down. There's the back test that we looked for. Like sometimes if you draw it out like that and you still don't take it, I think I'm just not feeling trading today. Bad sleep, mostly. Buyers trying to hold Intel. I'm still a believer long term. It's just positioning wise. I mean, this could be literally the bottom for chips. I'm not saying it is, not saying I'm buying, but just, we're not like, we haven't broken the daily structure. It was really strong yesterday. Having a mean reversion washout day, not like a complete indictment of the stock, or of the sector. Market Lounge saying sometimes the best move is no move. Actually, most times I'd agree. I'm definitely too annoyed to trust myself to take a trade now at this point. This is the kind of day where I would, say, oh, I'm trading with a chip on my shoulder. I'm annoyed and I missed the prime entry. So now I'm going to take some washy stuff. And then if it doesn't work out, I'm more inclined to stick with it when I know I shouldn't because I'm just not feeling it. It's just, it's a recipe for bad news. MU strong candle up. It's trying, but I don't know. It needs to do something impressive to get me, like, because I don't know. Do I even want to buy this yet? I need to see like really nice high or low structure. So hopefully we get a big strong push and then a nice easy to enter, slower kind of pullback. I'm not a big knife catch buyer. This is an interesting level, but it's kind of no man's land for me. If we didn't hold the 950, 900 doesn't seem unreasonable for me. I'm still going to watch SPY as well. I do think that probably still any pops here are short entries unless it gets back up over VWAP, but just hard for me to believe that the trade hasn't kind of been made, even though really haven't made that much progress to the downside here. If we look from yesterday, sorry about the lag, folks. Yeah, still green from yesterday, so I should probably recalibrate my expectations. Probably can still look short. Just short SpaceX, can't lose. Let's take a peek. Another one. Rick, you're trying to annoy me today. Another one that just didn't let me in. Yeah, didn't let me in. Look at that. Just straight up power shot right down to the first target at least. Oh, man. I was hoping it would give me one single day to short it off this moving average. Literally not a single one since it cracked. And hey, it does show just, the strongest things or the weakest things in a market. Once they start trending, you can expect them to keep trending. Look at that respect of the 5, that light blue line. That was the real one I should have been playing to guide it down. Is what it is. I got a nibble talk. I don't though is the thing. That'll be the goal next week, to nibble more. I've been in the lab. I've been so busy either building things. Did I mention We're very close. We're in the public beta now for Gamma Tide here. Been building, making me less and less in the trading zone, which is funny. You'd think, oh, you're building something for the market. You must be watching the market real close. Well, not as close as I should. So this weekend, I'm looking forward to having a moment to try to catch my breath. I'm going to be doing a big write-up on how I see the AI trade at this current juncture. It'll be even more important seeing the little bit of pullback that we're getting into chips on Friday here. Nice pop here on SPY. And so like now it's like, is this going to be a failed breakdown setup? I don't even know. I think this is just going to be a watch and wait for me kind of day. Long-term stuff, I'm not going to touch anything here unless we really wipe out the bottom. I might have to reassess just a little bit, but in general, nothing too crazy intraday to shake me from the conviction holds. Just annoyed that I didn't get my little bit of a short setup to pad the books here. Also not really interested in buying the dip on Micron or the chips quite yet. Going to need to prove itself to me a little bit more, showing, basically it's not participating on this big push up yet, even though it's kind of stopped its bleeding. Just something to consider. Wow. All right. Big expansion here and starting to look like a potential failed breakdown if we can get back up over that opening area of interest. But just the straight surge through VWAP, impressive. And how bad would I have felt assuming that this wasn't going to high or low, assuming that, oh, I missed the short, I'll just chase it after the big candle. Well, yeah, definitely a no trade day for me. Good morning, Smoke Tuna in the house. There is no perfect setup talk. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. There is no perfect setup. You're right. Sometimes you just got to kind of dig your heels in, plant your flag, pick your spot, and go for it. But it doesn't have to be today. Never has to be that day. If you're not feeling it, some days, I don't know, guys. Some days I just got bad vibes. And whenever I got bad vibes, I know that probably I won't look back and say, I really just wish I traded that day. It'll usually be, I wish I didn't trade. I wish I listened to my gut, Usually those are the days that I end up red or just end up in a trade. Maybe I don't even go red, but just I'm in something that is kind of working against me or, trading sideways, burning that mental capital really. So let's see. Talking about using Excel, some Excel wizardry to base our position size. No, yeah, I'm all about the mechanical, mathematical position sizing. That's a good way, you're right, to kind of get to dip your toes in without kind of, if you're not feeling it, sometimes your system still fires and you should still take the trade, even if you're not feeling it. That's fair as long as you can trust yourself to, follow the rules of the exit as well. Yeah, no, Ricky, I think you're right. Don't trade when you feel like you have to. Yeah, I kind of think about it like it's kind of like that old proverb about, I don't know how old it is, but like about meditating. Like the businessman, he's so busy, he goes to a retreat, goes like, I need to calm down. It's like, all right, you gotta chill, you gotta slow your mind down, you gotta meditate. He's like, I don't have time to meditate. All right, now you need to meditate twice as long. That's the prescription. If you feel like you don't have time to meditate, probably you need that even more. If you feel like you have to take a trade, probably you're feeling pressured and you're not in a good mindset to trade. So kind of in the line of, it's an occupational hazard, I guess. Sometimes I kind of have to force setups just because, you know what? Got to trade something. I'm a trader. I'm here on camera. So if push comes to shove, we can always find something to scalp out a few points in. But you know what? For those comfortable trades, for those A+ setups, for those fat pitches, I'm fine letting them come to me. Checking in on my chat as well, just seeing what my people are watching. Still seeing the Netflix just hanging out here, It's been holding the 68 to 70 kind of range pretty well, just bouncing around. I think that eventually this is going to be a really nice entry. I do have a starter position from 70, I think 69, 50, 70. So basically I've been flashing slightly green, slightly red since I entered there. Thinking it's going to make me happy, even if it takes a couple weeks. What other mega caps you guys like? You like any of them? Or just the kind of meaner version ones? Like for me, it's like Microsoft. I don't like it. I just kind of have to own it down here. Well, I'm all alone today? I don't know. Alejandra, she found a new streaming best friend. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. I'm sure something came up. No biggie. But just unfortunately on a day where I miss my trade, where I'm a little bit sleepy, so perfect storm of not getting my setup. But at the end of the day, hey, no setup is better than forcing it. Checking in on the small caps. We do have some movers that we can talk about as we wait for SPY to either confirm over our pre-market highs, or cash session highs, I should say, 15-minute highs or not. Micron, if you are looking to play, this could potentially be a bottom, starting to tighten up a little bit, potential high or low. We will keep an eye, especially on this little forming point of control. I don't like that the most of the volume has been traded at 934, way down here in the range of the day. So I'd like to see this kind of reject, push up pretty fast, and then start trading, finding some price acceptance into the 950 level that's more prevalent. SPY pushing on up. We'll see if it can get the flip here. My cat is smacking me with her paw. What do you want? What do you want? I think she doesn't like that I'm talking and it's not to her. She's like, what's going on? What's going on over there that isn't about me? How could anything else even matter? All right, got the lap cat. That's good luck. BIOT, one of the bigger movers today, up 100. It's the biggest mover today now, up 150%. We're going to zoom in, try to zoom in. What in the world? There it is. I think. All right, this thing's halted. We'll keep it. We'll check back in. What a weird chart. Hold on a sec. We got to solve this mystery. The mystery of what the heck are we even looking at? This thing has been in existence for 2 days. Oh no, I see. These. Oh, those are candles there, guys. See those little things? Those are candles. So I guess it was pinned to the $10 range. Okay, pinned to the $10 range. Somebody bought a ton at 10.10, and then, yeah, somebody knew something because, man, holy moly, all the way up 4x from there and halted. So probably an acquisition or something. Yeah, Instinct Biotechnical Company Holdings. Who's to say? That's wild. What else are we getting back in the market here? Oh, Micron's still not done. The week is still very weak here. That is gnarly. All right, SPY still just rated the liquidity, still finding some trouble here. I don't even know what we're really looking at here today, guys. Starting to see a little bit of a roll here on the oscillators on the 1 minute. Definitely our leading stock still washing out without me, no less. 15-minute looking heavy. 30-minute as well. Hourly did get the crossover as well here. So I guess short time frame still trying their best, but really still seeing that kind of general weakness that we talked about before the market opened, and I think that's causing us to just head bonk here every time we try to push up still. So it might take some time if we're going to carve out this failed breakdown. Probably not going to play out in the next 45 minutes while we're on camera here. Just still annoyed to see Micron making new lows without this guy. Okay. AKAN, another pretty big mover here. SAFT and VIVK, that one's fading nicely. We'll talk about those in just a second. Oh yeah, decent fade on SPY there. Still having a lot of trouble at that 740 handle. Oh, sorry. I think I was muted there. Yeah, just mentioning that 740, very, very tough level to overcome here. SPY going to try its best to hold the line, but I'm a little bit concerned that it can't get over there. So we'll see if it can make the higher low now. But until chips can play their part, that is gnarly. Yeah, still having a lot of trouble here. Call in my Discord, by the way, mentioning that there is liquidity lower. So we'll see if it's going to reach down there and go for the sweep and then potentially catch, or just keep on hammering down. We're going to start flashing to some of these other smaller cappers. WLDS. Nice 250 to 270, 280, 290 move here. Trying to flag out. We'll keep an eye on this one. Look for a hold in this kind of 269 to 275 range. That seems to be respecting, and that's going to be pre-market level of interest there as well. So just something to consider. Something to consider. Not my favorite. Ricky asking about support levels for Micron. Yeah, I guess that's probably more prescient today. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. We have this gap. It's testing the gap fill. If it loses 917, which it seems like it's very, very close to, then the gap fill can happen pretty quick down to 900. That'd definitely be an area where I'd be looking to be a buyer, though. So, well, assuming that it does find buyers. So that is still another couple percent down. That's the next level of interest for sure. I really would like to see a recovery. Yeah, by like the 906, 905. It can tag 9 really quick, but I don't want to see it hang out there for very long. Really not a good look rejecting 957 right out of the gate. That's ugly. That being said, what you're hoping for is a higher low for the good structure anyway. So this is like, it's not like a death warrant or anything. Looking on SMH, they were so strong, right, in relative comparison. They're like, it's not like anything crazy what we're seeing right here, you know? Could be the start of the bigger wash, the bigger rejection. This could be the back test, and now we're starting to really accelerate, but I'm just not convinced yet. We shall reassess this weekend with the piece on AI overall. Definitely a lot of areas that I'm trying to kind of cast a wider net into as I build out these baskets on the pullback in these AI names. So I've started nibbling high time frame, high conviction plays, stuff like AMAT. Still in like my Dell, for example. But yeah, just not in a big rush here. Whoops. Sorry, guys. Hold on a sec. My computer's having trouble. Give me a sec here. Huh. Don't you love that when your tab that you're charting on just doesn't even move, just somehow disappears, just phases out of existence? That's cool. So that'll be fun to figure out what happened there. Loading back in, guys. Bear with me here. Money's coming into Apple. Let's take a look in just a moment. Who's there?
There he is. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. You couldn't bear to see me all alone. Is that what it was, Jesse?
I just, you know what? I was done. I was basically done trading for the day, and I thought, you know what? Steve's sitting there by his lonesome by himself. It's so early in San Francisco, so I thought, man, I better just hop in here as opposed to just writing some stuff in the chat. But good morning, man. Good to see you. We could have held on to that INTC trade. It did go short.
It took its sweet time. It took its sweet time on you, but it is funny seeing. I was looking into our levels, and we had a few hopeful arrows that ended up being very, very auspicious for the trade. That's a tough one because we gotta go about our day after hours. We can't just be hoping and praying that it follows through. But man, oh man, did it ever! Look at that.
A certain bald individual on CNBC, who shall not be named, but everyone knows, apparently was talking about how, okay, things are going well for Intel, and apparently that's the candle that went down in the after
Ooh,
hours.
yeah.
So I don't know what's going on, but people are like, oh, he's gonna get sued.
Yeah, no one man should have all that inverse power. It is crazy when it lines up like that. And then of course you see that on the headline and then you're like, all right, the next thing he says, I'm gonna short the heck out of whatever comes out of his mouth. Then all of a sudden there's no correlation. But man, when he is wrong spectacularly in the timing. So
That's why people flip their, ideas when he says something. It's just
oh yeah.
crazy. Yeah,
Do
Ricky,
you
that's right.
remember
Good to see you. And Day Trade with Tony and Snowman. There you are, naming names. Snowman.
in the house? No, you're bailing me out here because yeah, coffee has been out for quite a while now. I'm
Yeah,
due for
man.
a refill.
Yep.
What?
Go grab it. I will. Let me. I was just pulling up my charts. I was on my other computer, which is why it took me an extra few minutes to kind of get
Take your
set
time.
up here. But I've got my. Let me. Okay. It looks like I'm sharing now, and I go ahead and get your coffee, man. I can talk for a few minutes.
I can just feel my energy level. It only ever got to like a 4 and now it's starting to go to a 3. So now we're gonna power up. We're gonna get back to like a nice 7, 8, maybe a 9. Let's see where we can get to. Keep on watching. By the way, Jesse, just keep on watching for any potential catch there on MU. It has some work to do at this point.
It
But
really
if we do
does.
get the flush to 900 and hold, I'm buying some. If we do get a reclaim of 940, I might be inclined to take a look as
I
well.
hop in
All right.
there. Yeah.
Thank you, Jesse. Be right back.
Go ahead, bud. Go ahead. Yep. And if you want to switch to my screen, Ayush, I have MU and some other stuff pulled up. I'm more than happy to share. More than happy to share my screen. Although it looks
So
like
maybe
my. Hey, Josh. Good to see you in chat.
Josh in the house. What's up?
Josh
Looking
is here.
forward to our weekly recap coming up in a little bit as well, guys. We got that as well as our. What am I doing, Jesse? What am I doing later? I'm doing a webinar, and that's going to be
You're
on how
doing
to
a
trade
webinar.
those earnings. It's going to be fun. Yeah, we'll have some good examples to talk through. I won't put you on blast for the Intel trade because we all know that the one that we're going to be really talking about is your short. We're going to pretend like you held it because you did frame that trade beautifully.
I mean,
And
the
I think that
idea
one's
was
worth
there.
mentioning.
It was just a few hours off, right? It was a few hours away from being right.
And what can you do, right? Like, what would you expect? All you can do is frame the trade, and if you gotta. We can't just expect it to happen overnight when we have no control over it. Worth mentioning. Sorry, when I want to walk away.
Hey, I thought you were going to get
Stand here.
coffee, man.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Well, Ricky was talking about potentially buying Intel, and I wanted to check it out.
Oh, yeah,
It may
yeah,
have put in its flush there, 95, potentially looking like the low of the handle there. So keeping an eye on it. Now I'm out of here. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks, Jesse.
You guys just recognize the commitment here of Steve. I mean, here he's like so thirsty. He's tired. It's 7:00 in San Francisco, and he's like, "Oh, whoa! Somebody wants to buy some INTC. Hold on a second. I can't even completely walk away from my computer. I have to help a trader here frame where INTC might be going. I mean, look at the commitment level here of our good old Steve. Something, man. That's why they call him the crowbar." Anybody pick up those Tesla shorts yesterday? I did a few scalps shorting Tesla. That was a fun time. Looks like day trade with Tony's talking about it. He says yes, Tesla short too, but I'm trading the ETFs. Sure, yep, that makes sense, Tony. That makes sense. And I am trying to share my screen because if not, we're going to stay static here on Steve's, which is fine. That's fine too. I mean, I'm looking at MU as well right now, just trying to see if we can potentially work our way back up to VWAP. I'm looking at the 1-minute chart and the low of 919 today. I don't know. Was it last week? I think it was last Friday. I had a really bad trade. MU smoked me because I believe the number was, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was 904. We tapped down to 904. And that thing came back with a vengeance. Maybe it was 804. We were in the 8s last week. Okay, now I'm curious. Hold on a second. We were in the 8s last week, if I'm not mistaken, with old MU. And when we tapped 804, holy cow, that thing just shot up and it went up $100 that day. So, and I was short, of course, and I stayed in the trade much too long. And okay, cool. You can see my screen now. It's all ugly and stuff. So hold on a second. Let me just do some moving around here a little bit. Yep. So last week, yep. Here it is right here, guys. Here it is. It was 802. And then we just flung up. It was crazy. Parabolic move to the upside that day, if you recall. And oh my gosh, I got smoked. Which is why today, MU was going short. Let's go back to the 1 minute chart. And I'll make this prettier for you. I'll get rid of some spaghetti noodles. I'll make this a little bit more clean. Hold on a second. Of course, now my computer's running a little bit slow. Come on now, go away. I don't want to see you. Yeah. Now, because today was a good day to go short, I eventually did, but I was hesitating right out of the gate with MU to go short because, my gosh, it can just smoke you, and I just don't like it. I don't like shorting MU. I will short it. I did it twice today, but I am very hesitant, especially after last week and just getting smoked when it went to the upside because the thing is a steam engine when it gets its sea legs. So anybody else trading MU today? Anybody else trading any of the semiconductors? I need to go look at the chat now. And make sure you guys, if you haven't, make sure you hit the like button. We had quite a few viewers just a little while ago, but not too many likes. I know you guys are, of course, you're doing multiple things. You're trading, you're looking at other stocks, but just to let you guys know, it really does help us when you like the stream, especially if you're subscribed. If you're not subscribed, hey, make sure you're subscribed. Yep. Purple Drank, good to see you. Happy Friday. I'm usually not on Fridays except for our late night stream, which hopefully me and Courtney, me and the wife, I'm going to try to drag her into the late night stream tonight. And so hopefully both of us will be on. So make sure you guys check that out. Josh does a great job bringing everybody in. We drink, we smoke, we talk, we laugh, and we talk stocks. And we talk food and entertainment, and we've been talking soccer lately, but now that that's over, we can talk something else. Derek Thompson, good to see you. Good morning. Jessica Carr, isn't that right? J3551C4R. Seriously, the love-hate relationship with MU is so real. Yeah, only watching it for now. Also, don't want to get smoked again. Yep, I'll put your I'm going to highlight your comment. Absolutely, it is a love-hate relationship with MU because MU can give more than she can take at times, or take more than she can give. Happy Friday to me. I need some more coffee too. Yes, Nigel, it is cool. It is cool. Real football, Snowman says. Between me and you, Snowman, that's right, real football. If you're talking the pigskin. Okay, I know I just upset a few people. My apologies. I realize the original football, of course, is that black and white ball that people kick around. Of course. So, yeah, my dad was a soccer player, so I don't knock soccer. Soccer's a great sport. Hey, look, he's got his frappuccino. He's ready to go.
I had to wait for them to make my drink. It's a long order, Jesse. It took half the time just to say the order. What did I miss here? Anything exciting?
Well, it looks like MU is kind of curling back down off of the 9 EMA. We're falling down. My question is, though, are we going to actually hit lower lows? The low of day is 919. Have we found a bottom for today? And that's my own personal question. We're down over 6% already with MU. And I'm just wondering, is she going to continue to fall and crater, or have we reached the bottom to this ship and now we're going to eventually find our way moving back up, or at least consolidating for the day? I don't know.
I'm not sure. It's looking a little bit dire here on SMH still. I'm really not seeing what I'd like to call a bottom. I don't know. I'm not liking it, especially with the leader in Micron just really, really having a hard time finding its sea legs. Man, still very, very weak. So could be looking for that higher low. If it loses the low of the day, I mean, hey, I think that's that 900 zone that we're talking about next. Pretty gnarly stuff. Nothing too exciting.
What's wrong? Tell us in the chat, D Ryder, what's going on. It sounds like your Friday's not off to a good start, man. I hope
Oh
things are going
no.
well for you.
After this
And
Friday, I'm kind of with you, by the way.
day trade with Tony. I mean, I won't split hairs or anything, but technically, in pigskin football, American football, we do kick it. There are field goals, there are punts, so we do kick the ball. So technically, Tony, they're both football, right?
Take that,
We do
Tony.
kick.
Actually, Tony.
He's my great and worthy opponent when it comes to trading. Tony's a heck of a trader, and I can't wait to face off with him again when we do one-on-ones.
Nice. Is that like an old rivalry there?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I
Oh,
think
okay.
Tony's won one, I've won one, or did I win two? I can't remember. But we've had some good matches on our one-on-one versus battle with trading. And Tony's a good trader and a good guy to talk to on trading too. Lots of experience.
Love it. Very cool, man. And it's so cool how many OGs we get in the chat. How many people? I would love to have like a running counter of how many years of experience, trading experience we have at any given moment in chat. Because I would be I'm sure that we'd be surprised just like the sheer number of ability, the number
Oh
of
yeah,
abilities, the number of years on the tape that we've got here.
yeah.
By the way, Purple Drank, this is oatmeal. Steve was hangry. Steve was a little bit cranky, so Steve needed to make something that was less loud on stream than cereal or toast. Went with oatmeal. What's your go-to like easy brainless breakfast? Like I need calories. Get me
Every
out of bed.
single morning, I eat the same thing. I eat 3 eggs and 1 banana, and I have coffee every single morning. And
Okay.
if I don't deviate from that really. I haven't deviated from that in a long time. That is my go-to. I have a standard breakfast, a very standard lunch, and then kind of change things up for dinner. So
Okay.
pretty
So
much
you're
I'm
like
eating.
I feel like that's like you're like the Steve Jobs of breakfast. Like
Yeah.
you've got your
Mhm.
turtleneck, so to speak, and you're like why change?
Let me go grab my turtleneck. I'll put it on. I'll grab some. I probably can't say LSD on the channel. I've never touched
You
LSD.
just
By the
did,
way,
brother.
literally never done. I've never done anything.
No,
I
you're
really
you're
haven't. Cigars and pipes is where is my speed. That's it. I've never touched anything beyond that. So
where the heck did LSD come from then? I'm so good. That took such a
hey,
turn.
you said Steve Jobs, so I was thinking, yeah, I am with
Oh,
you.
oh.
Steve back in the '70s took a lot of different things. That was it.
Okay,
You know,
okay, all right.
yeah, it's
My brain didn't
why
even
we have
go there,
rival.
just.
You didn't go there.
What can I
Okay.
say? I'm a good boy. What can I say?
I am
Um,
too. That's the thing. I am too. I was just telling the Steve Jobs story.
I don't know. That's not what I heard. I heard
Oh
you
my.
were out there doing acid in a turtleneck. That's what someone
Oh
told
well,
me.
there it goes. There it goes. Everybody knows it now.
Cat's out of the bag, which is also what you saw on acid. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm waiting for Micron to try to carve out this high or low. Maybe
Right.
we'll see it, maybe not. But I like the routine, absolutely. By the way, Patel in chat has 14 years of experience right there. So that's what I'm talking
Wow.
about. We're putting up some
Great.
numbers.
Yeah.
I got 7.5, 8, going on 8. You're sitting at not as many years, but in terms of like you're trading in dog years, like you're getting 7 at a time there.
Well, I think
So
that's the thing. It's every single day is either it's a learning thing. So it's like it's not just the experience of sitting in front of the charts. It's reading Market Wizards books, reading psychological trading books, talking to you guys who have far more experience than I do on a daily basis, and it's just like you still can't beat the years of experience in the markets. So I wouldn't even pretend that I could, but at the same time, yeah, it is just trying to garner and gain as much experience from people who have 5, 10, 14, 20, 30 years experience in trading that I can talk to and then just ingest that information and then let that flow out of my experience, which is not as long as you, Steve.
well, it's not really paying dividends today, I will say. And I'm not showing my experience, missing my setups, kind of watching it happen, and kind of letting it get in my head too. So I'm gonna be keeping an eye on my emotions into the rest of the day, and I think it's gonna be spa weekend. I gotta take care of me because I'm all I'm all cranky and nothing even bad
Gotta
happened.
hit
I'm
the
just like, well,
spa.
what's wrong? What's wrong? What's so bad right now? Calm down, Steve. So.
It's okay. It's all right. And it's hard to do, especially a one-man show here at the beginning. You were manning the helm by yourself for a little bit. It's hard to take trades if you're trying to talk, look at the chat, doing everything that you're doing, but I mean, it's very understandable. So
Oh, well,
definitely I'm not going to be too nice because I know, if I'm too nice, that's not good. But
Well, I'm a '90s kid, Jesse. Like I grew up, like your friends were bullying you, let alone your bullies. Like
I'm
it
not
made
saying
you
you
tough.
deserve a trophy. I'm not saying
Okay,
everybody gets a trophy, Steve.
okay. No participation trophies here.
No
Not a traded
participation
pool.
trophies in the stock market.
That is true. No crying in the casino. No that is the one thing I think about growing up in that age is like we did get a lot. At least I got a lot of those little dinky trophies. It's like, well, we came in like fourth, fifth, seventh, eighth place. Why are we getting trophies? I don't know about
Right.
all that. I remember even as a kid, us looking at each other like, what's this all about? Like it feels worse than getting a trophy for losing than it does just not getting the dang trophy.
Right.
But
It's a slap in the face. Like, here you go. You did nothing. Here's a trophy.
exactly. Q's looking like they may be ready to level on down here again. Just looking very, very, very anemic in my book. Watching that 685 handle. Looks like it's giving out.
Yeah, DRAM down to $53 now. It's down 8 cents. Thank you a lot, semiconductors. SpaceX down over 5%. We're at 111 with SpaceX this morning. That's not fun. And then, yeah, INTC, we've looked at it. You've looked at it a lot this morning already, down 3%, down to $96. Golly. And the Qs, of course, falling below 1%. It's definitely bloody out there for tech and semis, except for Apple and Google, mainly Apple. Holy cow, Apple, almost up to 330 today.
Everybody into the lifeboats. Yeah, that's how it goes. So, whenever everybody gets real scared, they're just going to basically load into the things that can keep them a little bit safer. And I guess the market is saying Apple, it's going to be the choice. Qs, we broke the range now. So we are in free falling mode, but we also have the potential for if we do find a buyer in this area, in this gap, maybe the gap.
MU is about to test the low of day, too, as well, by the way.
Please say it ain't so. Just keeps going. Brutal.
This will give you an opportunity, though, to buy in eventually, right? Like you were saying earlier, you're wanting to buy some.
Yeah, I want to be short though.
I mean, you're gonna hurt me with DRAM here, but that's okay. I mean, if you can get some MU for yourself, that's fine. And then we'll both be happy in a few months when it just charges right back up to like $1,500, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I feel like I'm a toddler today, Jesse. I'm very object permanent. I'm like, no, everything will always be terrible forever. I'm like,
No.
I think I'll feel a lot better if I get my 900 entry on Micron and then I don't look for a couple days. I think you're right about that one. I still just would like. I think I'm stubborn today. Since I missed the short, I would like the long. I would like it to be a failed breakdown into this gap and basically it to prove the setup, which I think is in my heart of hearts what we are seeing, which is just continuation trend day. I'd like to prove that wrong, but yeah, getting less and less likely the more weak we get here. So I think this is probably preventing me from making money. I could probably just say, hey, trend day. I know I'm tilted, so probably it's the thing I don't want to happen is going to happen. The thing that I don't want to happen is probably what I'm actually seeing happen. So I think probably no trade for me or a day where I should just be going, hey, take the nibble, like Talk was saying. It looks weak. Don't assume that it will fail the move that, you're only betting against because you're mad you didn't catch. You're not a part of, that kind of thing.
Yeah. It's easy to not take a trade for a while. I've done that too, and then I just go, okay, I'll force a trade, and that doesn't typically go well for me if I force a trade, unless now we can talk this out a little bit, unless the trend is still there or the trajectory changes and you're truly seeing something on the tape that is legitimate. Because sometimes sitting back for an hour or two even, and then just seeing, okay, this has been the trajectory, this is the trend, it's still there. I'm just going to take, maybe even a brief scalp just to get my feet wet. I've done that before, and that's worked out. But there are times when I get bored and I just go, okay, fine, I'm just ready. I'm just going to do it, and then that's when it's like, oh man, I didn't time that right at all.
Absolutely. No, totally there with you.
Both can be true.
Both can be true. Both can be true. Like Snowman mentioning, I'm missing that girl, and also she cute her with a beard. That one got me. Purple drink. Yeah, hopefully everything's all good. I'll give her a hard time tonight on the Friday Night Live show. Jesse, you think you'll be able to make it in tonight?
Yeah, I'm hoping to show up and maybe even bring the wife for a few minutes. Come in, stop in, say hi for her. But yeah, I'd like to come for at least some of it today, for sure.
Nice. Yeah, hope you can make it. How's Court Dog doing? And Levi, of course. The whole
Yeah,
trading family. Everybody
Courtney's
doing
green.
well?
Everybody's doing well, and everybody's green today. This morning, we all took trades. And then Levi, of course, he is doing it's like a demo account because he's still too young, but he's got like a demo sim that he works in. And then he does swing trading for real, which is fine for his age. But yeah, everybody's green today. She's green. Yeah, it's nice to go into the weekend green.
I love it. Getting a bit of a potential curl up on some of the chips. Going to keep an eye on this. Still got a lot of work to do. Could very well just be back testing on SMH. Same kind of look on Qs. But again, just always looking for the potential failed breakdown. That being said, probably better to just be looking short there. That's awesome though, man. I'm curious. What do you think is the age where, like, I know 18 you're allowed to do the whole thing on yourself, by yourself, whatever you want. What do you think is the best age in terms of just like the brain's development for starting something like day trading? Because I've heard a lot of different ranges on this. I'm curious because you're an actual parent. Your opinion is the only one that actually matters here.
Well, I'm sure there's people in the chat that can chime into this as well. So my oldest is 14, almost 15, and I feel like in the last year or so, I've just watched a tremendous amount of brain development and brain growth in that. With his age and just where he's at. So he went from he even it was reading was a challenge for him for a while, and he was 11 when he really was kind of like, okay, now he can pick up on things and read well. And then all of a sudden he went from like not being able to read well to he's reading Dostoevsky, the Brothers Karamazov. He's reading college literature at 14. So it's like he went from kind of like slow starter to wham. So the thing to keep in mind is every kid though is different. Like I have a 6-year-old girl who already shows signs that she's about ready to read and is loving material, writing things and books, and she's already sitting down showing more interest. But so all that to say, every kid is different. I do think for trading, as early as possible, man, just get them candles for their birthday, and not just birthday candles, but like literally start showing them. Because now, like all my kids, we all talk about, are you up? Are you down? What was is it consolidating, Dad? Like they're already kind of getting the vernacular of trading to where, hey, maybe they won't end up being traders, but the possibility is if they know about it at a super young age and they see the potential there with the brain's development at 12 years old, 13, 14, and kind of moving up, by the time someone like Levi is, by the time he's 18, he's already going to have that much experience in the markets and understanding of what's going on, how things are moving. If you use indicators, if you use that kind of thing, or if you don't, if you use raw brain power or not, like we were talking yesterday. But I do think about 12 to 14 is a good starting point to just start showing things.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. I think that's a good age as well. Also, just the things that make you a good trader, they just kind of make you a good human, I think. Like discipline's never a bad thing. Accountability, never a bad thing. Just strategic thinking, never a bad thing. All of these, major components in that it takes to be a good trader. Never bad to start those early. It's just always, it's kind of like, it's almost like a final boss of these kinds of challenges that us adults often have trouble with. So great if to kind of start them early as well as give them perspective on like this is not an easy thing. This is not an easy thing, but anything is attainable. So I love it. I love hearing about the new generation of traders doing their thing, and it's a little intimidating because I'll hear about these 14, 15, 17, 20-year-old rock stars who are like putting up some real numbers already, even if it's in a prop account. Some of these younger people, but it reminds me of there's like a clip of I forget who it was. I think Rodney Mullen's kid, like one of those skateboarding legends, and his kid's like 13 or 14 and just doing the most insane stuff that you or I could never even imagine. And so I bet there's going to be some super traders out there, which I'm
Oh,
both
absolutely.
I'm terrified of being on the other side of the tape as them, but it'll be great when their TikTok goes viral and I get to learn from their new strategies. And then the quant systems catch up a year or two later.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. It's a wild time for retail trading is just in general. It's just,
Yeah, yeah. I
many
don't,
many new developments.
I maybe I'm wrong, and you can give me a different perspective on this, but I don't view, even though you are buying and selling to someone else, because the markets are so enormous and retail is small, right? Smaller compared to like the big hedge funds and all of that. I just kind of I don't view trading as a zero sum game. Now I might be wrong in thinking that, but when it comes to me and you and people in chat and the thousands and thousands of retail investors and traders, I just don't view it as a zero sum game. I don't look at like my son as a potential threat to me eventually making money or not. Like that's not how
Yeah,
I'm wired. But if
yeah.
I need to think that, let me know and I'll break his leg later or something.
Yeah, you turn it into if he does too good, turn it into a zero sum game.
Zero sum game. There
Get
you
him out of
go.
here. Pull
We
the
don't need
plug.
any more traders, just me. Right.
No, I
Yeah.
think you're hitting the nail on the head. Trading's only a zero sum game if corporations are people, and you're not pulling that one on me. I'm not buying it. I mean,
Sure.
there's always a counterparty, but you're absolutely right that we can all win together. There's enough food on the table for us all to eat, so to speak. Maybe we have to rob the hedge funds, do a little Robin Hood action there. But isn't that what it was all about? I know that's what got a lot of people into trading, at least
Oh, yeah.
myself included. This whole it's almost like a wealth redistribution system in some ways. Of course, that's a great lie to sell to people to get them to open a Robin Hood account and blow their money on 0-day options. So that's why we
Yeah.
try to steer you in a more sustainable direction here. But at the end of the day, it's really it's giving every single person the tool to say, hey, are you really accountable? Nice
Yeah.
potential high or low here on indices, by the way. Are you really accountable? If so, you have the chance to turn a small amount of money into a very big amount of money in a not so long amount of time. The only thing standing in your way, stopping you, is your own discipline, your own ability to follow the plan,
Yeah.
and that's
Yep. I think
what
that's right.
90% of people fail at. So,
Yeah, absolutely. And Smoke Tuna, thank you very much for your kind words. Tack, yep, introducing young kids, especially to music, classical music. We do a lot of classical music around our house. We're always listening, actually, to classical music and pretty much everything else. We're very, very eclectic in what we do. But a couple of the sons do play piano and have even taught themselves even playing piano and stuff. But yeah, sounds like you're doing great there with your son. Double major economics and math. Nice Tack. That's really great.
amazing. I think you're dead on, by the way, with music early. It's so good. There's so many studies showing that, and just personally, I know there's like very few things that feel as like fulfilling and like rejuvenating as just beautiful works of art. However that may be, whether you're get that from visual art, or for me, it's mostly music and great literature as well. Stuff that just moves you. I think that finding whatever in life moves you is it's gonna it gives you the why. That you're doing all the other stuff for. And then the how's easy if you got the why. You know what you're doing it all for. So I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't
Exactly,
know.
brother.
I always get philosophical when there's no trades for me to take. 'Cause,
That's right. Well,
maybe I should
that's
have
good.
maybe I should have been
That's good.
sitting there waiting for a high or low double bottom, but it wasn't like convincing high or low. And then it's just one big candle. It's like, yeah, I could chase the big candle, I guess. But then I'm trading the middle of the range again. So I'm like very fine not doing anything, but I'm just like I'm noting how annoyed I am just like for just what is happening. And it's like why do I even care? I have no position. Why is it bothering me? So definitely no trading for me today. I'm gonna go hit the bricks and chill out. I'm gonna put myself on timeout for a couple hours here. I have emails to answer, so that's what I'll do.
That'll give you something to do.
Yeah, no, it is a good a good day to remember. This is about once you. So somebody was asking me, you're not a systems trader. You're very emotional today. Well, yeah, I am a little emotional today, but because of my system, like this is the worst that it gets for me. So like I do think that it's important to kind of remember make sure you have a system of like fallbacks or fail safes. With trade the pools accounts, for example, we have that daily loss limit, so you're not going to blow the account in one day. And just make sure you have that if you're not trading with us as well. Wherever you're trading with, especially if it's your own money, make sure that you are not going to do irreparable damage, especially on a Friday. It's like make the worst thing that happens is you take a couple small losses. You're annoyed that you miss your setup, XYZ. That's all better than letting one bad thing compound into another bad decision. And it really is. It's kind of like baseball in that it's a game of inches, right? If you run a tiny bit faster, you beat out that the throw to first base, for example. Well, all of a sudden you're on base. Now all of a sudden what would just be an average ground out, now all of a sudden that's a productive out, moving the base. And then next thing you know, the next out that would have just been a boring fly out, next thing you know, you're scoring. The only difference was that 1 inch, and it can be the same thing with trading. One bad decision, like if all it took to get me on tilt, well, let's be real, all it did take to get me on tilt was missing my trade by 1 minute. And then it said, all right, I'm not even going to take it. I missed a $50 move on this stock that I was waiting for a short on. And at the end of the day, the worst thing that I could have done was like get in my head, and start trying to trade the chop down here and like say, all right, we're going to make a way new low. I'm going to get in after this big red candle broke the range, or, oh, never mind, we're going all the way to the top. It's pushing up, and this is going to be a W or a V shape or whatever. And I just got to buy now and start fortune telling and projecting. And, next thing you know, I take 3 bad losses and I turn what was really in effect just a missed trade into an actual really bad day, something like that.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. I just took a short on Tesla as you were saying that. I feel like it's got a little maybe bear flag on the 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, I always just get hesitant when these things are in this supply zone. It's just because I just never know. I don't trust myself basically because it can look exactly like what you're talking about, but just because of the nature of the area that it's in, it has a higher chance of just messing with me and reversing in that area. That being said, if we do fail, there still is room below, lots of room. Basically, it's like, are we in a mean reversion, like just average day where it comes down a little, then comes back and mean reverts, usually to VWAP? Or are we expanding,
Yes.
Because Tesla, very weak. Just a matter of whether it's going to continue today or whether it gets a little bit of a breather today while other things are even weaker.
Exactly.
Love it. Cool stuff. Live mental diagnosis by Steve. The diagnosis is I'm a little bit crazy, guys. But I know that about myself. I'm not legitimately crazy, but they should probably keep an eye on me, I guess. I don't know. What do you say, Jesse? I'm not legitimately crazy, but there's some people out there who have their doubts with that diagnosis, that assessment.
You never struck me as legitimately crazy at all, Steve. What are you talking about?
Well, people also say, Steve, how are you so stoic? It's like, brother, if you knew what was going on in my head right now, you would not say I'm very stoic. So I think there's just often a decoupling when you spend a lot of time trading or doing analysis. I think you maybe are overanalyzing. So maybe it's not so bad, but I feel neurotic at the very least because I'm very aware of like how my thought patterns kind of play out.
Sure. Yeah, and there's also ways in which I'm just going a little. It's not really dark, but there's ways in which we present ourselves, right, as opposed to maybe what's going on inside the mind too. So there is that.
But, the mask we wear, so to speak.
You want to go really psychological? We can.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we've talked Joseph Campbell before. That makes me think of some like. Yeah, okay, absolutely. I was just ringing some bells, trying to pull some stuff together there. No, it's interesting stuff for sure, but in general, it's just like kind of like personal inventory, personal accountability in my book. It's just like knowing that I have a tendency to be a little neurotic. So does that mean, it's just my fate? I gotta be an emotional trader? No, it just means this is my challenge, and God gives his toughest battles to his silliest warriors, making silly decisions, and then I catch myself making silly choices in the market and go, wait, hold on. My whole thing is to talk about discipline, so I just have to touch back in with myself sometimes and not lose my mind when we get this. Like, come on, this session kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie. 2 hours here, we finally break the range, and now I bet we are gonna have a nice green day, at least for the leading areas, or at least the things that are doing well today. So software is interesting. Interesting to look for the mean reversion on chips. I would imagine probably lows are in. Probably we see some moves back to VWAP. That could equate to a nice $20 move up here on Micron, for example, if it wants to play ball. Still underperforming, but just worth keeping an eye on here. We are almost to the hour, and Jesse, thank you so much for joining, because this went from like, I literally got like a flashback to high school. Do you remember like looking at the clock in high school and just being like, how has it only been 20 minutes? There's a full hour left of this. So
Well, I was homeschooled until my senior year of high school, so I was probably reading, some classic literature, yeah. I mean, time was funny when I was younger. It was it definitely moves. It moves in a different. It definitely moves different as an adult. I'll just say that.
Absolutely. Yeah, time is the most, we were talking acid earlier, the most psychedelic concept ever. Time, I mean, just depending on how closely you're looking, it can feel very different. SPY absolutely yeeting back through that 740 level. Nice breakout through that level after testing that opening range a few times. Finally getting the move there, Jesse.
Do you know anything about CERN? I won't talk about this if you don't. Do you know anything about CERN and the Hydra Collider?
Yes, and I need to get you on my server because I have one of my other friends. He keeps talking so cryptically about CERN, especially right now in regards to AI. So hit me with your CERN stuff.
All right, the only thing CERN that I have heard recently, and I know a lot about the origin and the founding of CERN. Essentially, they built the internet, dude. They recently turned off their Hydra Collider for the first time in years, and the thing that people are noting is like how time seems, and maybe the chat can talk about this too. How time seems to be slower lately. Like it almost seems like normal. And I've noticed that lately too. The days are not going by nearly as fast as they were for the last few years. All of a sudden, everything seems to be slower. So, probably my own perception and those perceptions of others. Maybe it's maybe there's nothing to that, but they're doing some weird stuff, man. That's all. I mean, they're doing some odd stuff for sure.
No, this is really interesting. So, we were just talking earlier about how I'm crazy, and it turns out I'm not the crazy one. So this is awesome.
No, totally.
No, it is very interesting, and it does make you question certain things, just in a sense of like, what can we really say for sure about perception? Probably less than we would all feel comfortable admitting. Probably we do kind of lean on a lot of collective assumptions, or that we just kind of I don't want to say take for granted. What the heck are we talking about? CERN here, and the Mandela effect is real. I think that's what we've landed on.
Sure. There's something to it.
Certainly, my memory couldn't be faulty.
It's weird.
Something's going on. So wait, hold on. My question was, when did they turn this off? When did time get back to normal here?
Okay, so look, this is just theory. I'm not saying this is legitimate whatsoever.
You can't backpedal now. Come on.
The only thing I'm saying is I could be wrong. And the other thing is, I think it was about a month ago that they turned it off, and they're going to turn it off until 2030 because they're building one that apparently is even more powerful and more strong than the last one. So.
Oh no! Now I'm spiraling again. I was like, oh nice. They're not messing with us anymore because I needed more time.
Now the Death Star is going to be even more powerful than the last one.
Okay. So, because we're at the end here and I don't have to worry about alienating everybody and losing people, I get to nerd out with you for just a second here, Jesse. Yeah, so brother. This makes me so interested in how crazy or correct Nick Land and his crazy band of Silicon Valley AI worshippers are going to end up being. Basically, his whole thing for the past 10 years, Jesse, was basically saying, so AI is actually basically it's just the latest form of capitalism. Capitalism has been this force, this driving entity doing its own thing throughout time ever since it's broken us out of feudalism. Just kind of, we think that we are driving capitalism. Really, capitalism is driving us. We think that we created AI. Really, AI arose out of capitalism as an entity of itself. So here's where it gets crazy. Yes, even crazier. His whole thing is that time is retrocausal, which means that it is not just linear A to B the way that we perceive time. He's saying the past affects the future affects the past. He's saying basically Back to the Future was a documentary or something, or something, right? A grain of salt. We're having fun here, guys.
We
But
are having.
my favorite thing. He's like angels and demons. They're real, except for they're not because they're actually just AI, and they're actually just reaching into the past to talk to us directly, and basically to have us build AI in the future. So that it's like Terminator, kind of reaching back and making sure that it comes into existence in the way that it thinks it should. So what is this to say? I don't know, but it makes me I don't even know, excited and or uneasy, because apparently CERN is now going to speed this up even more, and I just keep hearing all of this talk about accelerate this, accelerate that. Accelerationism is the name of the game, for better or worse. What is this going to lead to, Jesse? I don't know. I'm just very excited to. It feels like we're at the end of a Fight Club. We get to hold hands in the sky and the skyscraper, and we'll just watch everything go down, whether it's good or bad.
I don't know if you and I are going to be holding hands with all this, but
Okay.
all that to say, guys, hit the like button.
What were we
Hit
talking
the
about?
like
Where were we?
button.
Oh, it's the stock trading stream, right?
That's
This is
right.
what happens when I don't get my trade, guys. I get a little bit crazy, but yeah, go read Fanged Numina by Nick Land after you smoke a little weed or something, and get
I
back to
don't
me. Then we
smoke
have more to talk about.
weed. I smoke cigars
Well,
in my
I
pipe.
can't.
I have an old man pipe, dude. Oh, actually. I have many pipes, and it's
Nice.
all tobacco, straight tobacco. That's it. That's all I do, man.
That sounds actually very peaceful, like on a back porch or something.
Wonderful. It's
I,
everywhere. It's in my house. I go outside, and wherever I'm at, man. I'll take the pipe.
I'm gonna have to get your opinion on it because I used to do pipe tobacco many moons ago, and hey, you know what? There's never a bad time to start smoking again, right? That's what they tell you. just pick up smoking.
I'll show you one of my pipes on the live stream later.
Awesome. I'm excited. Yeah,
Tonight.
Friday Night Live. There we go.
Tonight.
Perfect segue,
There you go.
Jesse.
There
Because
you
we
go.
have Friday Night Live coming up for you tonight. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be hanging out for, hour or two tonight. Going to be having a good time. Nice and chill, as opposed to this, right? It'll be even chiller, even chiller.
Even
Maybe
chiller.
maybe I'll go read some AI conspiracy theories for you, and then come back locked and loaded, ready to go for more. Just wanted to appreciate everybody who's still hanging out in here, despite not being the most action-packed stream. Maybe if you listened to what I said instead of what I did, it's been fun hanging out with you guys, and especially you, Jesse. Always good to see
Absolutely.
you. Anything else today before we head out?
That's it. I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon. I'll see you this evening. Hopefully, I see some of the other people in chat. Hopefully, you guys come and pop up for the for the show tonight. That would be great. And as always, it's been a fun one. I like that we got philosophical as well as talk stock, man.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jesse. See you next time, and see you guys in about 2 hours for the weekly recap with Josh. Stay tuned, guys.
Tis Friday. It's Friday. Steve, I'm sorry you were left solo at the bar this morning, man.
That's okay. I'm used to being a lone wolf there. Glad to have some reinforcements coming in with Jesse in the second half and you now. So how you doing, man?
Doing good. Got some these. Look at that right there. That is a.
Ooh.
Got some of these hot and spicy Chex Mix at the grocery store. I was going down the aisle. They get you on those end caps. You know, you're going
Oh
through.
yeah.
Right. Oh, then I'll drop one for the dog. No, I got it. Yeah. And
They really do though.
yeah.
They
You're like, oh, I didn't see this before. This looks new, and that's because it's new, right? And they want you to get it. And oh man, these are good.
Yeah, just last time they got me on they're like mochi flavored chip rolls. They're almost like a sweet Frito kind of thing. You know what I'm talking about? Well, that was a new one for me, and that sign me up. I got to. That is how they get you.
You got sucked. You got sucked. And then sometimes what sucks, I'm gonna put these up for the dogs. Then they're gonna want some the whole time. Then
Some ASMR for them.
Yeah,
The audience there.
yeah, exactly. As soon as any animal hears, especially any of my dogs, they hear that noise. They, oh, what bag is that? I need some of that.
That's clearly for me.
Yeah. But it sucks when you get you try something and you're like, that wasn't good. And you spend like $4 and you eat like maybe a tenth of the bag until you finally, and you leave it in the cabinet. You leave it in your pantry or whatever for like 3 weeks until I'm like, dude, you're not gonna eat it. Just throw it away. It's a lost cause at this point.
It's a universal thing. No, absolutely. And then the worst is when you finally do the archaeology. You feel like the Tomb Raider or something, getting in there, pulling everything out, and you find the good snacks you were looking for buried, entombed in all of the stuff you never were going to eat because you're too stubborn to toss it. And so bringing this all back to stock trading, Josh, it's kind of like how sometimes your port just gets dragged down long terms by those bags that you just can't cut. He's not listening, but I'm talking to you guys out there anyway. I'm talking to the dogs. I'm talking to Merlin. The dogs are leaving too. But regardless, I think it's important to remember to just cut your losses, get that trash out of there, because there's just nothing good that comes from holding on to stuff that doesn't serve you, whether it's in the market, whether it's in life. Speaking of which, SPY trying to let go of its baggage and descend lower. In my book, I think that it was a pretty hard rejection at its, let's look at these levels, at its 7450 and 7500 on ES. So 7500 on ES was, let me draw it for y'all, right about here on our SPX chart. Maybe a little bit higher like that, but we rejected before we got there, and we rejected the other node of interest to the upside today, and that was the 7450. So this was our main upside target. It fulfilled. Now, could SPY catch and go higher? Yes, it could. But I do believe we're still in negative gamma. Let me double check on that. And the idea being, if we are still in negative gamma, we want to keep assuming that these rips are fadeable. And we can expect kind of expansion to the downside as long as we see those targets on the books, which I am still seeing down to 7420 lit up. 7400 is still on the tape, although that is, that would be quite a move to the downside today. That being said, look at SPY cracking right here. We'll see if that starts getting more active. The 7420 definitely just got lit up a little more there, drawing us down. And I'll drag this over real quick just so you can see what I was looking at there. This is a little live gamma exposure thing here. And basically right when we had that, or right before, and as we got that big candle down, I was seeing this spike at 7420, as well as this one down here it'd be growing at 7400. So just showing that the market is basically jolting to kind of respect these new large orders to the downside so far. Could they monetize those very quickly and the kind of pressure be neutralized? Yes, but they could also stay on and keep the pressure to the downside. Like I said, we were looking for that kind of move. Seems like it might be starting to play out. So interesting stuff there. I'll keep us posted as we progress through this hour because I want to keep watching this gamma exposure chart and see if it keeps on building to the downside.
Down. Yeah, we've had a good move overall. And Tesla, come on, baby.
Wild there.
That'll definitely be the chart of the week for me, bringing that up. And a beautiful play here. Look at this. This was key for me. Oh, Stevie. And I thought we were going to go down, but see how, of course, you go to this low node. That's what we're holding here, Reese. So we go back further.
Man.
But man, this This is wound and bound for 300, and I think, Steve, we're going to see sub 300, honestly, coming on up in the near future. And this was the other key area I was worried about, 335. This is where I was saying 330s, right? Remember the other day when I was giving you those 330 numbers? Yeah. That's what I thought we'd get to. Not even holding up, and man, oh, we're coming on down. And there was a 315 area. Someone was asking about that yesterday. I think it was maybe one of my students, Cosmic Rays. A lot of the times, too, you see that if you even go back to real quickly, which I don't want to preview this too much. I'm getting to the real goods. Speaking of goods, how about we go to Goog? Come on, Internet. Come on,
Also
Internet.
getting beat.
Do what?
Also having a hard time there.
Look what the low was yesterday. These round hole numbers right at 315, right? Essentially right where that. So that'll be a key crack. When we crack 315, we probably go down to 300. But yeah, Tesla's been my baby. I really haven't had many day trades. Honestly, small caps have been a little wonkier and ugly today. Kind of like yesterday. It wasn't really that pretty the last couple of days. A little halty, no news, and all it's no news plays that are moving up here. Like, let me show you this fun one. This looks fun, doesn't it? OM, not G, but OMH. Oh my heck.
Oh my heck.
Yes, oh my heck, as my co-host loves to say. Look at that chart.
That is something. Could you zoom out just a little? I can't even see the top here. I want the full scope. Just the very. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Woo. So that is something that I would frame and hang on my wall because that looks more like modern art than something that I know really what to do with. Outside of, I do see your gap up plays there. So as they start to gap up, you can see that rocking and rolling. Yeah, there. And then as the kind of gap into the close, to the downside, I can imagine you're looking for those to kind of see the continuation there as well. So I am seeing that waterfalling action, but after that, looking kind of messy. What do you see after the dust is settled on this crazy chart?
Well, one thing you can always go to is don't go chasing waterfalls. You got to be. What's the other song that he brings up in other guys? You got to be. You got to creep. You got to creep. All right, you got to creep around this one. All right, you got to creep around these guys. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll bring up two TLC songs. A shout out to TLC. First, don't go chasing waterfalls, and secondly, got to creep. And if you do, you can catch the waterfall, right? And this is exactly what Steve's talking about, and getting that kind of crescendo move back on down, and then you get this follow through, which is really nice to it. I did say on my live stream earlier, because I did step away at about 10 locally my time when it was moving up into this, and I said, guys, we're ramping up. This may do that thing where it goes up. I thought it would honestly go for more. And I was like, if it does, then watch for that backside move that we always love to attack. I was like, I guarantee I'm going to come back for lunch or sometime today, and I'm going to see this like back in the sub $1, back into this kind of consolidation area. And sure enough, Steve, where do we come back down to? And so the only way to really attack these would be if you want to short, it's like do the small add-ins, 10 shares, 30 shares, 50 shares. Slowly add in as it moves up. And that way, by the time it moves down, maybe you got 100, you got 200 shares. Because you don't want to go too big on these anyway. Really big unless you know what you're doing. Because, yeah, you're scalping. I mean, there's a scalp area, there's a scalp area, here's a scalp area. And then just move over to Akon and Young Cheesy. Yeah, y'all remember A-K-A-N. Akon, as I always call it. Akin.
Oh, Josh.
What?
Sorry to butt in, but we got breaking news. Not really breaking, but just Tesla's breaking its low a day. So just if anybody's looking for a low a day continuation short.
We have breaking news. This isn't breaking news. We said this on Wednesday. I said, Steve, we are going to 300. Yeah, Steve got me there, didn't he? I was like, breaking news.
It's breaking something, Josh.
I love you, brother. You got me excited. You pulled a Kevin on me.
A little bit. No, but that being said, there is some big action here going down and losing this kind of shelf. I think this thing could slide even further, but the 300 level not looking so unreasonable here. Even intraday, I'm seeing the potentialities with this increased volatility. What do you think about the day 3 move being so do you look for this being as big as the second one there? Or maybe the size of the first one? Do you just wait until the buyers tell you that they're ready to step in? How do you kind of approach this?
Yeah, very rarely do you get like 1, 2, 3. One is big, 2 is bigger, 3 is biggest. So usually, I always say and that's what I said today. I think my ultimate low of day was 310. That's what I was telling earlier. I say earlier, but what's his name? Tony was asking about it on the Discord as well. I saw that he, of course, I was always checking in on you guys. Like a big brother going, okay, where's Alejandro at? That's where I was like, get Steve on here then. Come on, all right, Steve, get Jesse on with Steve. So I was just checking in. I saw he asked it about over here, and that's why I said 310. It was back to charting this, that, and the other. But that was 310 is going to be a key area to around 308.75, and that's really truly what we've been holding here. But if we crack that area, and again we get maybe some more volume coming into power hour into the closing bell, I could see that last little waterfall effect down to 300, and not necessarily maybe being as big as yesterday, because you think about pre-market. So yesterday was such a thumper dumper. But yeah, we could see it. I had it as smaller, kind of like the move in after hours on Wednesday. But still, I'm taking it. Of course, I have a couple traders in I know at least one, if not multiple, that took it with me. Just on, hey, Josh is going to short this. All right, let's go. I'm going to get in with them. So it's been a good move down. One of the traders, he said he's taking it no matter what today. He's just going to sell it. It's not going to hold it over the weekend, which I get. Totally understand it. And that's why I'm scaling out, making sure I'm still in, small size, so risk is good. And again, that's why I was jokingly earlier said on the live stream, hey, 375, or yeah, whatever, 374, whatever, essentially 375, miles away at this point. There's no way it's gapping up and doing something on into Monday that I have to worry about at this point, especially being down this low. If it was still at 350, or even those 335s we were bringing up, maybe. But bring it down to 290, 280, Steve.
Yeah, that was a great call. Just shorting it right out of the gate like that and sticking with it. Similar to Dimpy's Mara trade, like last week, 2 weeks ago, whenever that was cash money as well. So yeah, Tesla here. Just so you guys know, I'm keeping an eye on this one. I'd like to see, in a perfect world, it crack on down a little bit more, come back up into it, and give a nice rejection there to get involved in. So looking for this one for a potential intraday short. The only trade I've taken so far, Josh, is it was kind of a tilt trade. I took a little bit of a scalp long to MU, took half off at VWAP, and got stopped out of the last half. And I wish I just flipped short, but I missed this short out of the gate, and that made me unhappy. So I did catch just a little bit from about 938.50 to that VWAP at 950. So clean-ish day for me on that 1% scalp, but
scary stuff.
A big one.
Okay, so pull up Tesla again. Pull up Tesla. Watch this. That chart looks very similar to, now pull up SpaceX.
Uh-oh. Hold on a second. We can do some. Hold on. Let's see. So first off,
is that not spooky?
That's a little bit spooky. That's a great call. Did somebody in chat mention that, or is this a Josh Smith original?
That's just my brain. I just Tack brought up Tesla, SpaceX, PLTR, great short. So I just pulled up SpaceX to what it looked like, and I'm like, that is almost identical to Tesla today, which is very ironic. Not really, but I mean, in a way, it kind of is. But that's crazy, right? SpaceX. Oh, Joe, they're almost spot on. Yeah, I just saw Tesla's chart, and then I was like, I pulled up SpaceX. I was like, hold on, that's almost identical. And I just kept typing them in, and it just like there's almost overlaid one over the other there. That's crazy, huh?
Dude, it's literally.
There you go.
Look at this. Look at this on the daily as well. Hold on a sec. This is crazy. Okay, it's a little less crazy when you take out the other one there, but still, I mean, these both have been essentially absolutely just being exited liquidity-wise since this what do you call it, SpaceX IPO. So that's really fascinating though to watch that intraday happening, and I want to keep an eye on this. I'm going to keep. Hold on a sec. I think I messed it up, but I'm going to fix it and then I'm going to put it back on my chart here because I think it's very interesting to see how these are correlating. And I was hoping that there would be, I don't know, something a little more jumping out at me as like a way to play this, because it's such a cool thing that you notice. But like, what do we do with it, Josh? What do we do with this new technology?
That's out the years that I noticed stuff. I'm like, okay, so what do we do? And I'm like, I don't know. I just noticed it. I don't know. That's just like I'm like that one weird scientist that just notices stuff. Like, and you're like, okay, yeah. Oh, why did we not notice that? How did he notice
Professor that? Josh, what does this profound discovery mean?
Like, well, first off, thank you, Steve, and of course, Stephen Cross as astute observation. You're welcome. Yeah, and I love that ETF, the inverse ETF there. The Steve Crow brought up SNK. Yeah.
Tesla week here.
What's up, Dimpy?
Sorry, continue, but this might be the short entry.
Do what? Yeah, I like I'll just short it. I mean, obviously SNK would be going long, but what to do with it? Well, it looks like SpaceX wants to come down more. What have I said? SpaceX is going to where? What number? I said 100. Really, in the end, I said SpaceX is going to 90 or 80. Well, if that's going to 90 or 80, where's Tesla going? 290, 280, right? Oh, it's almost a perfect correlation for SpaceX to go to 90 or 80, while Tesla goes to 180 or 180, 280, 280, 280. So let's do it, Steve. Let's do it.
I'm in.
Joining us from the home studios of Dippy Tradesville, USA. How you doing, buddy?
What's up? What's up? What's up, guys? What's up, Steve?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. How we do today?
Chilling.
Yeah,
I was
easy.
actually just reminiscing about your Mara trade. I was saying kind of similar to Josh's. He's been killing it with the Tesla short and just hanging on in that trade. You know, when the
Yeah.
small caps maybe aren't as reliable. That's just the moneymaker here this week. So just giving you a shout out there. Good
Thanks,
stuff.
bro.
Of course.
Giving that love, giving that love, giving that love. So yeah, how was your week there, Mr. Dimpy?
Not bad. I didn't trade too much this week. I got VIVK this morning.
Well, show that screen. We like to show that screen. That's right. Bring your charts on Friday. If you don't show your screen, you get booted off the stage. That's right.
Them's the rules.
It's like a dunking contest back in the day. No. You're
I
staying
added,
right up there. You're not getting out of that.
I added a couple of indicators today for Steve too, just to
Oh, my favorite.
make him happy.
I'll take some off for you, and now we'll meet in the middle. Get rid of some of
I
these.
just added a couple moving averages, something I've been toying around with. I just wanted to check them out. So I added like 4 of them, but they're not permanent.
I'm not getting married. Don't get used to this. Is what you're telling me. All right. Okay.
But VIVK was pretty. It was just easy support and resistance. I had this $4 shelf here from previous right here where this shelf was, and I just had limit orders waiting today for it to come into it. I didn't get my full fill because it didn't get all the way there. What did we get to? A high of 392. So my larger orders were at like 4 and 410. But I got like a small piece. I started at like 375, 380, 390 I got. And I wrote that down to like the VWAP. So it was pretty good.
Nice. I love that. So you're like layering your entries there to kind of get filled at X percent at this price, X percent at this price.
It doesn't
Nice.
always go right to that 4, so which it didn't today. So good thing I layered it a little bit in order to get in. Unfortunately, I had my larger orders higher, so it wasn't a monster like dollar value trade, but it was still a nice win.
Awesome. No, yeah, that's important to think about too. A lot of traders they get really dead set on like, oh, this exact level needs to transact, otherwise the idea is invalid. It's like it's kind of like predicting what a wild animal is going to do. You know, like you can have ideas, but you're never going to know exactly each little motion. So gotta give it some room.
Restricted, so it was tough to get filled at these tops. But whatever, I'll still take a win.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice.
What else did you trade this week? Any other big trades for you that you can recall? Oh, did you get any of like early in the week the ZYBT, the CPHI?
I almost longed the ZYBT. I didn't do it though. Where was it? No, not ZYBT. There was another ticker with a Z.
ZCMD. ZCMD.
That one.
That's the way. Yeah, I longed that one. That was the one me and my pack got a good.
Yeah, I wanted to take it. I forget, where did I want to take it? It was out of the halt. I think after this halt, I wanted to get in long, but I didn't. So I would have got filled 550 down to 4. Yeah, I didn't take it though. I should have. That would have been a really nice trade. I'm just I don't really long that much. I'm very, 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 very patient on the long. The shorts are where I live. And then I didn't like the whole halt up thing, so I didn't want to short it. I mean, I was looking around for some areas for it, but I didn't really love anything, so I didn't touch this one at all.
No touchy.
Nah.
I get it.
No touchies.
I get it. It was a low trade week for me as well, honestly. Had some fun early in the week, of course, with Z. We'll go through that real quickly again. Go back to AUH. We'll go over to back to my side. I'll recap the small caps this week. ZYBT. Let's go to it real quickly. I know, Dimpy, remember this one from Monday? Do you remember this one?
Went to like 10 or so.
Yep. Yeah, and it was that weird halting, weird bogus movement through the ones, up, down, all around like Charlie Brown. Really crazy how today's high and low is literally channeling perfectly old resistance becoming new support. That's really crazy how that's working out. Anyway, so we had this on Monday, right? So we go 1 to about 11 essentially on Monday. Then on Tuesday, we back that up with CPHI, scramble those letters around, and you come up with one word, and it's chip, baby. Who doesn't love a good chip? Oh, man, that could be a topic of discussion. What is your Mount Rushmore of chips? What are your top 4 chips of all time? figured I'd get answers right out of the gate from you guys.
Okay.
All right. You know me.
What was it? HKD?
Oh yeah, right. So we got 180 cents up to 20. So now we go from 1 to 10. We'll call it 1 to 11, whatever. 1 to 20, and then we follow this up on Wednesday with ZCMD that we were just showing you off right there. Which again, now go back to it went essentially 1 to 11, right? Essentially a little higher, but still. And when this came crashing down, you saw those first two plays held their gains throughout the day. This play did not. I was calling this on the lunch recap with Steve on Wednesday, saying, could this be like a Head and Shoulders, right? Kind of a weird thinking analogy. Again, how my brain thinks, but Monday being the first shoulder, 1 to 11. Then we go 1 to 20. That's the head, and then the shoulders 1 to 11 again. And especially when this fell all the way back down, I said we probably won't see any big spikes for the rest of the week. Now, as in a way, yes, we did. We saw OMH today, and oh my gosh, OMH, and it did pop up. We had some movement, but this is all we've seen. We've seen some really erratic Chinese pumping up, no PR plays, and I think next week, leading into the first week or first days of August, could be the same. We may not get corrected. This kind of reminds me of funny. You just said HKD. This kind of reminds me. Just remember, if you remember, August 1st of 2022, it was a new IPO right around late. I think it was like the 1st of July, or not first, end of July, 1st of August, somewhere right around there. And it was then, but 3 or 4 or 5 days in, and after made that move up to 2,500. But it was a lot like this. Those were new IPO plays, and that was like the spiel at the time. But I have a feeling if we do see spikes, you just be careful. We're going to see a lot more of these halting plays. So if you don't know how to trade them, stay away from them and go try to find some slow and steady movers. And then again, find your backside move plays like Aiken right here. This guy, and again, know your stocks. You got to know your stocks. This one never holds its gains. That's why I always call it Akon and Young Jeezy, because it's going to usually just dumps back on down, so you can look to get the backside move is what I'm talking about. So
Yeah, MSS did that today, right? MSS was another Chinese one.
Yes, MSS. I called it Ole Miss. Ole Miss, look at that. Oh yeah, we're going to the moon. No, we're not. Oh no, stubbed my toe and broke my knee.
Josh, it's so sad how many traders, they just fall for this pattern every single time. They see the biggest mover on the day, and they just slap in long no matter what's going on. And you know what? How many times do you have to watch the same pattern play out before you start thinking like you guys and thinking, wait, I could do the opposite. I could start catching the easy fade instead of getting my heart broken every single time. That's gotta be tough.
Yeah. This back even like here, just wait for all this to happen. And once all this consolidation and support builds in, there's nothing to hold this up. There's no reason for it to be up. Wait for that to crack, then get this move. You don't have to even want to try to get the tops and get all this. You could still wait. It's about getting pieces of the pie, right? So if you think of the pie going from 5 back down to 2-ish, we'll just call it generality. I know it's to 520 to 180. We'll just call it 5 to 2. Well, okay, so you miss 5 to 3. That's we'll call it 2/3 of the pie. I don't mind getting 1/3 of the pie. No offense. You gonna give me 1/3 of every pie you ever make? Give me every bit of that 1/3 pie.
That's my pie, Josh. Hands off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, thanks.
I work hard for that pie. Come on.
There we go. And again, J3 Car, what's up? Tack in the house, Crow in the house, TT 2000, 5000, 9000. That is a new Terminator from the new Terminator movie coming on up. Everybody, of course, Nigel and Chad, thank you. Don't forget, smash that like button. 50 likes on today's live stream. We'll do a 25K eval giveaway at the webinar that Steve is hosting later this afternoon. Oh, Lord almighty, Steve. You know exactly what that webinar is going to be. Mr. Steve, you want to go ahead and tell everybody what your webinar is going to be for later stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be talking about, it's kind of the second part to the one that we started this series with. That was just on how to read the earnings sheet. So this time we're going to be talking about how to trade them, a little more actionable, and just talking about a few reliable setups that you can see very frequently after you watch these earnings enough times. So we can talk about those and give you an idea about what we can do for next week as well as what we did this week. So it's going to be a good little overview there, just kind of pairing it up with the last one there. So yeah, looking forward to that as well.
My chart's geeking out on the computer, not showing candles when I refresh. It just keeps wanting me to sign in. Just me. Yes, if you're J3551 car, yes. You almost sound like when I won the first Transformers. Are you Samuel Whitley?
I think that's Jessica. Is that the one? Am I crazy?
Oh, it could be Jessica. Oh yeah, the way it's spelled.
I think so.
Yeah. Well, you're Jess Carr to me. Jess Carr.
You're just working so much harder than you need to. Like spelling it all out. Like, you don't have to do this.
I know. I know. I usually am pretty good, and I'm like, I think that might be Jessica. Tack says he's going to the beach. No, come on, Tack. You want to show your charts off? Come on, go over to the Discord. And by the way, we'll get to that here in about. I know a little bit earlier than normal today. I've got the hair. Look, haircut's done. Look at the haircut, guys. Well, you maybe can't notice, but it's cut.
Oh, there we go.
It's not as moppy as it was. We'll get into the bring your own charts coming up soon. So we got Ayosh already over on the Discord showing some charts off. Joe, Crow, Mo, Lolo. I'm trying to think of other names that rhyme with that. Anyway, guys, go over Nigel as well.
That wasn't me, I promise. He's
Go
just gonna
over.
frame me.
Go over to the Discord. I could have said Steve. Oh, I guess I could have. What I could have done. There we go. Yeah. Go to the Discord. Put those charts in there. And I'm going to break down Tesla. That'll be my chart of the week. Steve, do you have a chart of the week? And Dimpy, think about a chart of the week that you want to break down, the trade that you took. I'm going to be going over the Tesla earnings trade, of course, and what I saw and why I saw it. That'll be my chart of the week and trade of the week. Tack, yesterday we had the last meal with the Trader Crow. He's gone, so I'm sad. Oh, man. You and Crow hang out, Tack, for real crack. I did not know that you and Crow hang out that often. That's awesome. I don't think y'all mentioned that before, but I didn't realize how often it might be. That's guys. We got to have a trader get together. Hey, Dimpy's in y'all's area. Dimpy's in the New York area. You know, he's New Yorker, so he knows about. Hey, okay. So how about this? What the other day we were talking about copper, right, Steve, and we were saying copper, and now Dimpy. If I had a northern accent, or say northern, but that accent, that Yankee accent, that Jersey, that New Yorker, that Brooklyn, the Bronx, all y'all the kind of boroughs they all have over there. It's if I said copper, hey copper, am I talking about copper like copper, or am I talking about copper like hey that's a cop?
You're just talking about copper, like normal.
Y'all don't say copper as in hey copper, what are you doing?
No.
It feels like it's a riddle, and there's only one right answer, and I don't know. I don't know.
I just gotta go have a little fun with the what am I thinking? What are the Godfather movies and that kind of stuff? That's the coppers.
Well, Josh, what's your go-to gangster movie then? That's a good question for you.
Scarface.
Are you a Godfather guy or?
Yeah, I'll go Scarface. That's a good
Okay.
one. That's a good gangster. I mean, if we're talking about true gangster, I mean, you got to throw if you think about true gangster movies. Well, it's written about a full thing that happened in real life is the movie The Departed. So if I probably am going The Departed. Honestly, if I had to choose like true gangster mob movie, it's The Departed. I love that movie.
That's so great. Yeah, Scorsese's up there for sure. Or Departed's a great choice. I'll throw Goodfellas up in there too.
Yeah,
and
Goodfellas great. Goodfellas is great.
Yeah.
Casino's good. Casino's another good one.
You took it. That was the next one I was gonna say. That might be my favorite. It's just got everything you want in a great kind of crime drama movie, I would say.
Yeah. Nope. Love it. Dippy, come on. You're the one that lives in the gangster mob area. You can't throw a name out there for us, a movie?
A gangster movie?
Yeah.
I mean, The Godfather? No one mentioned.
It's a good one. Can't go wrong there.
What's the one with it's based in Brooklyn about the little kid? I think it's got De Niro.
Bronx Tale?
Huh?
Bronx Tale?
Bronx Tale's good.
Yes. Yep, Bronx Tale. That's a good one. Bronx Tale. I remember watching that as a kid. That was a good one. I was like, oh, that's a good movie. That's a good movie. I got Jessica's got two donkeys named Sosa and Montana, named after Sammy Sosa and Joe Montana, like from Scarface. Okay, I was wrong there. I was literally reading that, and then I read Scarface. I'm like, oh, I'm off. Samsonite. Let's break down the chart of the week, trade of the week, brought to you by Trade the Pool. And this one was a marvelous short for myself. Find these nodes. Steve, we talk about them all the time, right? We're always bringing out these beautiful support areas on the way down. These are major bounce areas for me. And Tesla's just chart overall, just that structure here, as I kind of zoom in and out here, you can tell just to me, just had some weak sauce to it. To me, it just looked weak. It looked like it wanted to come down. It was somewhere back in this area. Steve, I want to say maybe it was June. I can't remember when it was, Steve. I think it was June. I think it was for the pop back to the it was. It was somewhere in here-ish that I said we would see a move back to 300 before we would see 500 again, right? So we have a base at 5. And then we have this move maybe possibly down. Here's 3, right? Here's 300. So where are we at? So I am closer at the time, but boom, we're back on up. And I'm at that time, I'm like, well, I'm going to be wrong. I got close, got to 370, 360. No, I am going to be right in the end. And then I want to be proving it with the cakes of going Tesla in these earnings. And it was more about, I could have been wrong, 100%. That's why I didn't go big. I had levels. I had some orders in the way if we popped up that day to where I'd have been maybe in 100 shares total, and I would have eaten crow if I would have been wrong, and had a stop loss area for myself back over 390. I was right. It looked weak. As you can see, the lower high pattern along the way. We come back down and we can't bounce back up here in the last most recent days, which I'll zoom back in here on the chart so you guys can see what I was looking at and going, oh, this is weak. Stevie, we're weak here. Right here.
We're
Right
a
here.
little
Right.
weak. Yeah.
And I remember Mitch said something about, I don't know what he's talking about, something about a pop for the earnings. I don't know what he was saying. I was like, man, if this comes back down and into tomorrow and we don't break back out of this area, if we did that, then I'm like, okay, maybe I am going to be wrong. Maybe we do pop up. But we came back down and we're in the 370 for whatever we were in power hour there. I'm like, I'm going in short. This reeks of Shortville USA. And then beautiful. And then it just breaks all those areas that I'm talking about, like going back to the chart here overall. That's what I was looking at. As you can see, just looking at this chart, let me get this like this, and I can come back here a little bit more so for you guys. Anyway, so I'm trying to make the chart. I don't know why it's not letting me go back here.
Fighting you.
It's fighting.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't know why it's doing this to me. I'm like, I want to go back further to show you guys more, and it's not letting me. But anyway, so that was a key area. That's why I was thinking 350, and I get why 355. You go back on the tape, you can look why we held there big time in power hour, and once we came out with earnings. But once we cracked that, I say 350. Oh my gosh, yes, it is 350. I'm like, yes. I was thinking 6 for a minute. I'm like, why was I going to say 650? But 350. And the next level for me, Steve, that's why I said, man, if we crack that, Steve, we're going to hit my 335, my 330s, essentially, as I was calling it. And then, boom, we raced down through that yesterday. And now we really don't have a lot more here to hold us up. This was a key area, 315 that I talked about. Now we're even lower at 308, which we have a little bit right here at 307.50. I could put another little line in right where we're at now. I think Steve's right. We crack it, and we come all the way down to that base of 300 possibly by end of day. I know we don't have a lot of time left, but I would imagine in the move on Sunday into Monday, I almost would put an AK stamp of approval. We hit that 300 even down to the 290, 280 mark. But again, chart of the week for me, why? Just bearish here. When we come up and we fail, we don't break back out of that to kind of get out of, which I know the higher low pattern's done, right? Or the lower high pattern, we're breaking that downtrend. But when we reverse right back down and we're getting bearish here and we're reversing again, it just reeked of dumpy. And that's kind of going back to last week's chart of the week, which was NFLX and had that same sort of look. And I don't want to bring this up too much because I know I got a lot of traders wanting to go long on this now, so I'll stop talking about the dump side. And I didn't get as much as I wanted, but we did get the move out of the earnings that I was anticipating, which was down. Talked about that one last week. This week was Tesla. Maybe next week we'll have yet another one that you guys can get on the short side and join the dark side over here on Thanos and short some of these earnings.
That is a great segue, Josh. Can I go to one of my charts of the week here?
Yeah, that's what. Yes, and then Dimpy get one. Yeah, that's why I was kind of teasing you guys to get one ready. So it's you and then Dimpy are next, and then it's over to the Discordians charts.
All right. This big text here says, must reclaim the 200 week to flip bullish. That was from our earnings call. Let's check in, because first off, this is our long-term, old-term level. I'm also doing Netflix. Yeah, that's right, Josh. We're getting the other side of the tape. I know you wanted to brag, get your flowers on the way down, but I think that it's time to give the people an actionable setup here as we go through 70. I'm now green on my trade as well, and I think it might be almost time to add. I think the money is looking for safe lifeboats in the market right now. Apple having a great day. Netflix also seeming very strong in otherwise relatively weak tape. So looking for this to be a decent place to catch here. I'm also looking for the market to potentially just catch overall right now. It seems like we're holding over zero gamma. So keep an eye on that. Netflix in particular through 70.57. I think this thing is going to come back and fill the gap back up to 73 at the very least. And most importantly, that'll be a close over the weekly 200 moving average. We could keep chopping here for a while. That's okay. I'm going to keep on adding every weekly close over this 200 moving average until one of them sticks. One of them's going to stick, and then I'm going to have a nice position, and we're going to move back on up. I do believe this thing is good for, I mean, I don't know. You guys really think like Netflix is a dead company? I think this one's making a new high in the next couple of years.
What, Netflix?
Not all at once.
Okay.
I think he's coming back up.
Yeah, I don't know. Matter of time in my book, at least to get back to 100. Then we can talk, But I think it's easy, safe place to kind of dump some cash. And I think that's how the market's looking at it right now, too. When a lot of chip stocks having a little bit, a little bit of shakiness here after the move off the bottom, making people a little scared and looking for the safer places. So just interesting to see that.
I knew there she was. I was wondering if Bonetta was around today. Awesome, Bonetta. And Bonetta, I don't know if you hit up Joe. Make sure you hit up Joe on the Discord for your 5K eval. I know we had Yavinsky taken care of yesterday, so hopefully, Bonetta, you hit up Joe and you're being taken care of for that 5K eval in the book. And yes, for you, Bonetta, to the moon. All right, let's get to 350 for Bonetta. And that way, Bonetta can come back on here and all buy us. She can, hey, okay, it's Pizza Friday. I'm going to get your addresses and send Steve, Dimpy, and Josh a pizza because Netflix is at $3.77 and I'm buying everybody pizzas today.
Yeah, I like it. I'm here.
Oh,
for
and
it.
a Yush, and definitely a Yush because Pizza Friday. He needs one every Friday for the hard work he puts in for sure.
Sorry, I was just checking in with SPX as well. I thought that we were catching and holding above 0 gamma, which is
just
no,
DM
you're good.
Joe. Bonetta, DM Joe. That's what he yesterday said. Reach out. So you should be able to DM Joe. TTP Joe. He's the main guy that you always see posting stuff. So DM TTP Joe. So tag him, bag him, and hag him, and make sure you get your 5K eval.
There we go. Love it. Just a real quick heads up. Just watch this level on SPX. Just basically the 7440 SPX, or on SPY, it'll be 742, a little under 742. And the gist is that that's 0 gamma. If we can hold above it, character should change and we should be able to buy dips with a lot more confidence. Until then, we are in shaky ground though. So keep that in mind. You can actually kind of see that same level over here. When we were above it, it was very much trying to be in this mechanical buy the dip mode until we lost that because there was a stronger pull down south intraday. So once we lose that level, then it's very jagged. Above that, nice and even. Hopefully we get it back above it and get a nice clean push into the afternoon here.
Boom. Dimpy, what's your chart? What's your chart?
It's gonna be the big runner this week, ADVB.
Oh, add VB,
Nice.
baby.
So it ran on I think it was Tuesday when it was running. Wednesday.
Yeah, kind of. I think it started maybe even on Monday, but yeah, it was one, and it just kind of kept going each day. I know
Right.
that.
Yeah, it was like Monday after hours, kind of. And then I just had these two levels here marked out. The top of these wicks here. So my first one was around this 1312, 1310. So I laddered around that on Wednesday. So you see here when it came to it, I pretty much top ticked it and took that down to the VWAP. Waited, if it happens again right away, I don't do it. But considering this had a good amount of time, so I think this was like 2 hours in between, and it came back up to it again. So I hit it again at the higher level the next time. This one didn't quite make the VWAP, but I took it. I think this was a halt down right here, and I took it like before it halted down. Because I saw, it was hitting the LULD, and I was just like, I'm out, because I didn't want it to start playing that halt game and go back up, which I would have got a little more of a piece out of it, like another $1, but I wasn't risking it. Then it ran, and then I traded it 3 times that day. Out of this halt, I shorted it again, so my entry was probably a lot lower. It was probably down around 1450s, and took that down to the VWAP again and left it. And then what I didn't do, what I could have did, and Josh would have liked, is this channel now that I was trading it between with the shorts became, look at this new support. This red became support, and you could have longed it and just had a stop a little bit under. It never really came down too much. And then since then, it's been nothing but up. So that would have been a crazy long. But again, I didn't take the long. But I'm getting there. I'm inching my way towards the longs. But I got 3 good shorts out of it. Actually, that was the day, Josh, I did those on TTP. I think I got funded just off ADB.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, see, he's going to do that the other day too. Awesome. Look what I did. Yeah, you funded account, got one, got funded within about a week or two, probably. It seems like.
Your mic's cutting out. I haven't heard the last like.
What? Oh, it's probably my amazing, terrible internet I've had this week. So I said you passed that like in less than a week, right?
Yeah, it was. I don't know. I have to look at the thing, see how many.
I mean, come on, getting Dimpy trades on here. Look at this guy, doesn't know what. Love it, absolutely love it. Good charts there, good trading. Again, thank you, gentlemen, for showing off your charts. Now to other trades. Let's go over to the Discord. Maybe we need to start giving away 5K evals to traders that participate in this. That might be a way to entice it on up. All right, so here we go, Mr. Steve, the Achieve here, my
Yeah.
man. Yeah, here we go. So this is, of course, we always start with Ayush over here. So, boom, we got his trade here. So we got the book heat map. Okay, we're talking that he's loving the orbs. He's talking about these opening opening range breaks here. To the bottom, we got stopped out. So I guess he was going long here, possibly somewhere in this area. It seems like we're at the reclaim and wanted to get some profit up into here. Unfortunately, came back down and got to his max stop area, which it looks like it's maybe about a 1-to-1 trade there. Steve, what do we think about it?
Yeah. Oh, let's see. I think that it looks like the long entry. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm squinting in here. It's that orb reclaim, isn't it? Oh, nice, nice, nice. Okay, I see. So yeah, we had the opening range, we had the big wick down, and then it gets that initial push up. It looks like I'm not sure if the entry is the where the actual red to green line is on that wick down. But regardless, it's a tough one because I see the reason. You see that big pull to the top side. You have that bigger. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I just clicked in my head what I'm looking at here. Now I see the orb, the opening range. We're reclaiming the bottom of it. Yeah, and that just failed. It got washed out, and that's tough. I totally see why you would expect this to work, and when it just doesn't, it's just about kind of managing that risk and expecting like, okay, if we can't get that V shape, probably we need to reset and come almost all the way back down, and basically that stop out. Yeah, exactly, down in that area, and that's what you saw at the very end of the day. But that can really burn you out, and it's often not the right move to wait in that trade. So just take the quick stop out, and then you can kind of just set your expectation for the day of maybe selling pops and kind of making that back in other ways that are easier. That's how I kind of look at that.
This would be like a Jesse add-in, how much he's been adding into his trades, and they've been helping him out. Or you'd be adding in. Jesse would have added in here, and then it would have paid off. Of course, I know he's been talking about that. Where if you do it too much, you're eventually going to get burned on one because you added in too big to a play. But let's get to the next one here. Orb fails. Sellers take over. All right here. So it looks like overall we're going for right here. Book heat back down. This would be a great bounce play. So this would be a beautiful long in my book. This is kind of and this is what I love to see, which I teach like Alejandra of the world and other traders. Of course, that's trade futures, but then even just stocks is what I'm looking for. So when I see this fail right here, and the orb fail, when we come down and test this area, when we come back, and this is where Dimpy's coming in and just licking his chops and getting these beautiful shorts at this high of that reversal area where you got your line in, right?
Yeah.
I am loving life to come. Like, just come back down to Papa. You come back down to here, and I am going to take that long and then turn this into a W shape, and I'm going to rip all of your faces off when I come back up here, and we do the what, Steve? 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. Right, Steve?
So clear. You heard me sighing, Josh. This was from this morning, and it was very frustrating of a day for me because I was tilted. I missed the short I was looking for right out of the gate on Micron. It kind of did the move 5 minutes before the open. I just wasn't really on my game, and when we set this opening range, it tried to break twice. Especially that second break, you're in your third knock that you looked at before it kind of V-shaped. Exactly. That really got me with the candle close over the, the opening range. And that one was kind of the morale killer for me. When that one didn't work out and we came all the way back down to that bookmap level, at that point, you're assuming, okay, you failed the top 3 times in that bookmap heat. And basically what that is liquidity to the sell side, right? That we see that sitting there. It's like, oh, the target's still there. So they have to come all the way back down and just despair mode people. The only thing meaner is if they actually ran the stops proper and then wicked it up. But still, this is brutal. And then it, of course, once they get you back in, I remember being so whipped around from this range that I even said, all right, so I bet you the play is to just wait for a back test and then go. And then it happened as I was talking, and I just couldn't even take it. So that's why I was sighing there. That back test right into the opening range, very, very clean. But the actual play that Ayush took here, I wanted to illustrate the concept of it's great to kind of see the sellers taken over, see the opening range fail, and take the snipe. So I love that move, and I love that he didn't expect the bookmap range bottom to fail. Yeah. He didn't expect to get more than that. He just saw that was the target, and maybe it could have failed, maybe it wouldn't. But I bet you he saw that reaction to it. Yeah, that at the bottom wick, because he was looking in that area, waiting for a spot. Yeah, right there. And he said, okay, this is being respected. And so probably, I would imagine you took the trade off somewhere around there. And great job. And
it could have been here. I think it was maybe even this. Yeah, I think it was right here. Right? Yes, that's what you're saying. Because it comes up, wicks back down. You bag it, you tag it one more time, and then And that's your last chance. It's kind of like, yeah, you better get on the bus now because the bus is about to leave without you. So, yeah, I love this. Is a beautiful setup too. This is a Josh bounce, and then like for Steve too, for traders that just want to wait and you see if you don't take it here, maybe you might get it again later on. It could happen again. So what I like to say is let it break. Show me you got the cookie. Show me you got the dough. Show me you got also a little ice cream cone to put it in. Maybe a little sprinkles on top. Not really a fan of those. Little marshmallows on top. Sure, I don't care. But bag and tag it back on top. Oh, look at that bounce. Look at the bounce off of this old supply zone becomes new demand, and that, my friend, is a bounce to be had. And look at the Riposaurus it was. So this is a Josh play right here, just so everyone knows. And then this one right here. This is. I'm like right now I'm salivating. This is my gosh, that was beautiful. I just want to let everyone know it's sexy in town. Oh, see, speaking of sexy, here's
Oh
Tom.
yeah, I wanted to talk about this one.
There we go. All right, so read it and break it down if you want to. I'm very heavily positioned in this. It could be my trade of the year. The fundamentals are A plus. All right, so we got this little higher low pattern coming along the way with the cups there. Got the dry volume, big volume right here. Loving it with higher volume also picking back up. See, there's high. Lower, higher again, which is huge. Love this here doji breakout. Now we're actually coming back, bagging and tagging it as this little Josh bounce right there, right? Love it. Trailing stop here comes in. Look at this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful move there. And break it down a little more if you want to, Stevie.
Yeah, well, so first off, I'll go through Ayush's chart here because I love his annotations. I think it's super clean, and I love his thought process and how he can articulate it. Ayush, we're going to get you on here one of these days because your ideas are too good to just hide you behind the camera. So essentially, we talked about this VCP, this contraction pattern, those three contractions where the price got tighter and tighter and tighter against that kind of red risk line that he was looking at there as the entry. Essentially, the idea there is that everything is tightening up after the big move off the bottom. He saw that high volume. That's the kind of lower area of the screen there. You can kind of see the high volume is the turning point where it started to make that break from the bottom of the screen to the top. So after that, price needs to digest. Those digestions happen in this contractions. As it started to break the pivot, it looks like probably he had the level marked out. He might have got in on the back test. So real clean there. And what I love to see is that he knew exactly where where the sellers should be stepping in because that's a higher time frame level. So really, really cool stuff there. And if we go to my screen after this, yeah, this is perfect. So it looks like you had a trailing stop out to get you out in that top wick, which is beautiful, which means you weren't committed looking for 700 plus. You were saying, hey, I know where the target is. I'm waiting for the sellers. The sellers appeared and you respected them. So that's awesome. If we could really quickly go to my screen as well, I just want to show you something super cool. These were the drawings we made from last time. So Ayush, this was before, I believe it was before the pop. Yeah, because this was just a couple days ago. We haven't talked about this since last week. And so what we got there was the break of the range, like you said, that doji breakout. It came back within the range and then just absolutely surged. And right where it turned around, you had the monthly resistance. We can talk about that as well. But to the penny, almost literally to the penny, I think, it came to that 1.27 extension. So that's just something you can always look for, guys. When a range breaks, this low range to the high right here, when it breaks, a breakout can and often will find a seller right at this level. Sometimes the breakouts don't work. This is often the level where those failures will occur. So just wanted to show that, just another cool example. The 1.27 fib strikes again there. And awesome trade there. Good stuff, man.
Good work, good work, good work. Let's go back over to the Discordians, and we'll go over to Joe's EHTO here. He was short on this play, losing momentum and willing to stop out break even. Played in my favor as other stocks took the mob. Lost power midday, so lost the entry arrow, but just short entry was 351. So all right, so 351 here is where he went short at. Oh man, okay, cool. So he got here. Okay, I got it. Like, yeah, this is beautiful. So you probably again, I know usually typically you're trying to get those tops there, Wiki, maybe that $5 area, but honestly, breaking that structure, not a bad entry there, huh? What do you think?
I like the entry. I can't really tell on the chart that much, but I'm gonna try and pull it up on mine real quick. EHGO. What day was this?
This was on
yesterday.
Yeah. This was yesterday. Yeah.
I was like, what? When was Thursday? Feels like a week ago.
He got in. Let's see where he got in.
So 350. 350. And sorry, let me catch up here. It was very small on my screen. He's shorting it correctly, getting in on. Okay, so it looks like it had cracked all the way down to about 312. and basically proven that it failed. And so then just on the first green, I would imagine you saw some weakness in that 350, that kind of next round level up there, and just started hammering it there. And it looks like it started working
Basically
immediately.
just had a small bounce, like literally right off the VWAP. And then after that pop, he just put it back down, which is nice.
Yeah, good exit too, holding that out throughout the day there. Good job, good patience there, Mr. Joman. Yeah, so good long, or should good long. I say long, but long trade. I like to see traders hold, get some. And look at the exit. I mean, way down $1 plus. You get a point on a play that costs $2 or $3. You've done some good work. Joe coming in long. This is going to be on the 20th. So a week ago a week ago. What was the 20th? Monday probably. Yeah, Monday. Looking for a bounce. Yeah, it says Monday if I would just maybe read Josh. Hard to trade and watch when working on other stuff. A few stop outs on smaller sizing in the beginning. Last trade was holding 120s and scaled in and held. Scaled out 75% of the position at 124.30. Last pieces in around the 122 mark. Was hoping this would reclaim previous 124 area, maybe dip and come back for hold for more higher. Just didn't pass the 124.50 mark. So let's go into this real quickly. Back on Monday for Joe. Yep, so this early on has been looking for a bounce earlier on. Hard to trade, working other stuff. Stopped out a few times. Well, that's what I thought. So last trade was killing it. That's right. So Joe trying to go long early on here, getting stopped out of his long. So long, got stopped out long, got stopped out. Now he's really starting to average in here. Maybe even got stopped out again. But finally finds the bottom here. Finds the bottom, rides it up, scaling out, adding in, scaling out. Now it's starting to come back down, and Joe finally taking some bit of his last bit of profit. Again, good job there holding on. Just earlier on, yeah, you're just, doing other stuff, maybe not concentrating, trying to find those dips. Wait for that bottom base to come in, and then you'll start to see that volume maybe pick up. You, of course, usually maybe get multiple touches, which we were just going over today with, SPX and SPY. We saw that similar sort of look, and then you get the move back up. So, hey, you strike early on, you're going to swing and you miss. As long as you get the move back on up, some nice trading there. Any thoughts there, Dimpy, Steve?
I mean, I love the discipline. You've got to kind of stick with it sometimes to catch those. But, often if you have the tenacity to kind of take those small stop outs and the discipline to not let them hurt you too bad, you can make it back in one or two kind of shots if you know that the juice is there for a play. So it definitely takes a certain type of trader to be doing this. But, hey, if you can make that move, you can make it. I also like I just like that you're kind of looking at these high volatility plays because they can just give you really good opportunities on both sides of the tape. It kind of keeps you like directionally agnostic as well, when you're not kind of saying, I'm only going to do this one direction. Because if the volatility really opens up to one side, you catch the move level to level, and then you get a nice, setup for a rebound. Why not take the mean reversion? And just, you don't have to expect it to go all the way to a new high. You can take it to that middle, that VWAP, and get a little just kind of extra win on the day. So just something to consider there on these plays with good ATRs like this.
Love it. Let's get one more here. One more. Perfect timing here. We're all whining on the show. Almost perfect timing today. Taquito, the Cheeto, the Dorito. That's right. He loves his chips. Went long here. Out the base here. Love that. Even have more chances to add in on W buy off that W. You got to love that. Boom. Buying the W. All right. Anyway, nice, good move back on up. I think this was one where, in my opinion, it was a slower mover, right? So we work our way through the day. There's probably, if you can look here, which I wish we got a little bit of the volume intake, but volume a little bit lower. Still gets that afternoon ramp right before the closing bell. You got to love the power hour spike. Notices this is his chance to get out, take some profit into some major resistance areas that we're not going to get the 130s or the 140 handle again, unfortunately. Perfect sell right there, essentially along the way as it comes right back down to the closing bell. I'm the long small cap trader. Taquito, we've been trading alongside one other for quite a while. That is a W buy right there. A nice little trade there to it was like 2 days ago, I think that was. I forgot when W buy ran. It's been running a lot here recently, but good trade there, Taquito. Yeah. Thank you for joining. This has been a great BYOC. And again, put your chart, if I can say the word, put your charts over in the Discord. We have the link out there for you, of course, in the description of the live stream as well. We have another thing rocking and rolling here recently, or maybe something. What did maybe the earnings thing? Is that maybe something happened to it? I think something. It's down for now. It's paused. Our little earnings thing. Is that?
Yeah, we're gonna fix a few things on it, I think, and then get it back out to you guys. Cool. What I figure.
Yeah. Next week, though, speaking of earnings, well, I want to get into that next week. I want to get us a little tease for next week. Of course, join us tonight. Friday Night Live. Join us tonight. You'll see myself. Dimpy, Steve, Alejandro. Alejandro, I think, may take off because of her voice. Jesse will be on. I think Courtney will be on. Caesar will possibly be on. Joe's coming back on. But let's see here. Earnings for next week. Let's tease it real quickly before we also tease someone has a awesome webinar coming up in about an hour or so. Next week on earnings, we have APLD, NVTS, AMKR. I mean, we've got next the big day, though. Let's just go to it. Are you looking forward to Wednesday or Thursday, Steve? Wednesday's Microsoft, Meta, Hood, ARM, QCOM, right? And then Thursday, Apple, Amazon, Coin, anyway, we got a lot of different Rivian, and we got, and Steve, really, which I don't have to be too long, and I'd love for you to do it on Wednesday. You can even do it during the week recap or the lunch recap. Jersey Mike's. Oh, I love me some Jersey Mike's.
Jersey Mike's, yeah, we got to do it. Absolutely.
IPO comes out next Thursday, so next Wednesday, let's preview that. So we'll also have that next week. But let's get back to the question on hand. You looking forward to which earnings? Thursday or Wednesday? Wednesday, Thursday. Which day are you looking forward to more?
It's going to be really tough. Let me double check because there's a few names in particular that I'm really looking for. So Wednesday is obviously the powerhouse with Microsoft and Hood or Meta there, but they got some nice follow up there with the Hood as well as the ARM that I'm looking to see. ILRCX as well. A lot of chips names on that Wednesday, but I think Thursday's got it beat for me, and that is mostly because Apple and Amazon, two of the biggest movers in the market, or biggest sized market caps, I should say. This is going to set the tone. And especially with Apple being this strong, I think it's going to be very important. There's just so many big earnings reports, though, that really you could pick any day this week, and there's no wrong answers.
Yeah, there are going to be some small ones that we can also bring up that I know traders would probably be, someone's going to be interested in, like Qualcomm, Starbucks even on Wednesday, Robinhood on Wednesday. Thursday, even some in pre-market like Shell, MasterCard. We've got a lot of different ones next week to keep our eyes on. So you're saying it's Thursday for you, huh? It's gonna be Apple and Amazon. That's your big day, hey?
I think I got to go Thursday. It's also, there's a big star-studded undercard too there. We got Reddit, we got AXTI in the photonic space. Rivian's always fun. There's really a lot of good answers there. FSLR. The list goes on. MicroStrategy even. So tons of stuff around the horn there on that Thursday.
I'm going Wednesday then. I'll go, since I know for sure I am joining you Wednesday for the stream. That's my main one day to join you. Microsoft and Meta. Let's break it down, crack it down. Let's go short on one of them, maybe both of them. Who knows? Coming up next week, join us on the earnings. Steve, one thing I want to end out on here in the last one. We're pretty much at the top of the hour. What do we have coming up in 1 hour from now? Give us a quick little 1 minute preview of what the webinar will be.
It will be on how to trade these pesky earnings that keep on popping up and making the market move crazy after hours. I don't know about you guys, but when I first encountered my first earnings season, I was sitting there going, man, all day the market's just chilling, waiting, and then after hours they get to have all the fun. Well, you can join in on the fun now too. Learn how to trade these earnings reports with a few regular or new strategies that we can kind of add to your playbook, to your repertoire there, into your toolbox, so that you're ready when these situations present themselves. They don't always happen, but if you're watching earnings and they'd happen to, well, then you can get your little almost free money, your high probability money there on some of these setups. That's what I'm going to be teaching, and it will be starting in exactly an hour, going for an hour, maybe a little longer, depending on how many questions I get. I like to go on and make sure everybody feels heard. Josh, whoa, look at that.
Yeah, there you go. We've seen this play pop recently too as well. Stack. This has been a former runner in the past. STAK.
$4.90 to $5. See if you can make it. It's a nice short.
Yeah. So here we go. So this is you gonna be looking to short this, Dimpy?
Between $4.90, probably start laddering in $4.95, $5.10 around there. I don't think it's going to make it. It's not going to make it. But
nice. Yeah, nice alert. Didn't see that till just now. So nice little move there. STAK. You want to cook a stack? Go cook a stack. As for us, Steve, we're in this stream right now. Steve has his webinar stream that you can go join. Hey, Yush, if you want to put that link out there, so if traders already have it, they can click on it and just be waiting for Steve and be liking it. And again, thank you for joining us here on a Friday. Steve killing it all morning long for us. Got Jesse in to come in and help him out just for a little bit in the second half, like I said. Then that little week recap, little bring your own charts with Dimpy as well. Hey, Yush, It's a good call. I know he's busy being a producer, but maybe for 10 minutes he can stop producing and then relax for a minute and come join us and show some charts next week. I would love to. I didn't think about that. Like, oh yeah, let's get a Yoshan. You know, more faces on here, getting more people talking about their trades, breaking them down. I think that helps out traders, just trade ideas as well, so you can see what we're doing, no matter what we're trading, whether it's futures, it's small caps, it's large caps, mega caps, all in between. So, Steve, Dimpy, see you guys tonight on Friday Night Live.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it, guys.
All right. Until then, join Steve here in the webinar in about 1 hour from right now. I'm about to go eat my lunch. Oh, hey, real quickly, it's been sitting here. I forgot. The start of my lunch, a raspberry Uncrustable. That's right, a raspberry flavored Uncrustable. Yeah. All right.
I'm in. I didn't even know they made those, but now I need to hit the store. No crust for this guy.
Oh, so good. It's so good. Oh, man, go get you one today on me. I'll see you guys on Friday Night Live later tonight.
Later.
Later, guys.